Well, hello there, my sleepy friends. There's something almost meditative about the idea at the heart of Assassin's Creed. The notion that hidden beneath the noise of history, beneath wars and coronations, plagues and revolutions, there has always been another story running quietly underneath. Two ancient orders locked in a struggle that never really ends. One believing that humanity must be guided, controlled, protected from its own chaos. The other believing that freedom, messy and dangerous as it is worth fighting for at any cost. It's a premise that, when Ubisoft first put it into the world back in 2007, felt genuinely strange and new. And it's a premise that, across more than 15 years and over a dozen major entries, has carried players through some of the most vividly realized historical worlds in all of gaming. So tonight, we're going to take the long walk through all of it, from the sun-baked streets of Jerusalem in the Third Crusade, all the way to 9th century Norway and the shores of England. We'll meet the assassins, the Templars, the ancient beings who came before all of us, and the ordinary people caught between forces far larger than themselves. Get comfortable. This is going to be a long one, and a good one. The original Assassin's Creed is, in many ways, a game about disillusionment. We begin with Altair ibn La'ahad, a master assassin of the Levantine Brotherhood, operating out of the fortress city of Masyaf in what is now Syria. Altair is, at the start of the story, something of an arrogant prodigy, brilliant, fearless, and convinced that his gifts place him above the rules everyone else is expected to follow. That arrogance gets him punished in spectacular fashion in the opening act. A failed mission to retrieve an artifact, one of the pieces of Eden, from the Templar Robert de Sablé, ends with a fellow assassin dead, the artifact lost, and Altair stripped of his rank and most of his abilities by the Brotherhood's leader, Al-Mualim. He's sent back to square one, forced to earn his way back up through a series of assassination contracts. Those contracts take him across the Holy Land during the Third Crusade, into the turbulent, beautiful cities of Jerusalem, Acre, and Damascus. It's 1191, and the region is carved up by competing factions: Crusaders, Saracens, corrupt merchants, scheming viziers. Altair moves through this world like a ghost, gathering intelligence before each kill, trying to understand not just who his targets are, but why they need to die. And here, the game does something quietly thoughtful. The targets are not cartoonish villains. They are complicated men. A slave trader who genuinely believes he protects those he controls. A merchant who funds wars in the name of stability. A mercenary captain convinced that force is the only language people respect. Each assassination forces Altair to think, and as he thinks, he begins to question. He also begins to notice something. His targets are connected. They are all, in some fashion, working together, and the thread leads back, ultimately, to a source Altair did not expect. Al-Mualim, the Brotherhood's own leader, the man who raised Altair, the man who shaped everything Altair believes, is himself a Templar. He has been using the assassins to eliminate his rivals within the Order, consolidating control of the piece of Eden for himself. When Altair finally confronts him, the old master uses the artifact to conjure illusions, to make Altair fight phantoms of everyone he has already killed. It's a haunting sequence, a literal wrestling with the past. Altair kills Al-Mualim. He takes the piece of Eden, and holding it, he sees something, a vision of the entire world, lit with markers, artifacts scattered across every continent, the Isu's hidden geography laid bare for just a moment before it fades. It's an ending that feels deliberately unfinished. A door cracked open rather than closed. In the modern day framing, the layer we see briefly between memory sequences, a man named Desmond Miles is being held in a facility called an Abstergo Industries, forced to relive Altair's memories through the Animus. Abstergo, as it turns out, is a Templar front company. They are hunting the pieces of Eden too, and they are using Desmond to find them. Desmond escapes with the help of a researcher named Lucy Stillman, and the stage is set for everything that follows. Altair's story, though, doesn't end here. It continues in flashbacks and glimpses across later games. We learn that he went on to lead the Brotherhood for decades, to write a codex of his accumulated wisdom, to lose people he loved, and ultimately to die alone in his own library, sealed inside with a piece of Eden and the weight of everything he had seen. By the end, he was an old man who had outlived his era, holding on to secrets the world was not yet ready for. He is, in many ways, the series' first truly tragic figure. He won't be the last. If the first game was a proof of concept, the second was proof that the concept was extraordinary. Assassin's Creed 2 threw open the windows and let in the light. The setting was Renaissance Italy, Florence and Venice and the Tuscan countryside, drenched in gold and marble, and the intoxicating atmosphere of a civilization rediscovering its own potential. The art, the philosophy, the architecture that still stands and still takes your breath away. And into this world came Ezio Auditore da Firenze. Ezio is, by almost universal agreement, the most beloved protagonist in the series. He earns it. We meet him as a young man with no particular destiny, charming, roguish, the kind of person who climbs buildings mostly for the thrill of it and gets into street fights mostly for fun. He is at the start delightfully ordinary. Then his father and brothers are executed in the Piazza della Signoria, betrayed by men his father trusted, and Ezio's ordinary life is over. The betrayal is engineered by Francesco de Pazzi and the corrupt banker Rodrigo Borgia, men operating under Templar influence, trying to remove an assassin who had gotten too close to their secrets. Ezio's father was a member of the Brotherhood. He left behind a box of assassin tools, a hidden blade, and a letter addressed to Ezio. And so, a grieving young man from Florence becomes, by necessity and then by conviction, one of history's most capable assassins. What follows is a decade-spanning story of revenge that gradually, beautifully, becomes something more. Ezio is trained by his uncle Mario at the Via Auditore in Monteriggioni. He makes allies across Italy, Leonardo da Vinci, who becomes a recurring friend and upgrades Ezio's equipment with his own impossible genius, the courtesan Paola, who teaches patience and invisibility, the thief Antonio, who teaches opportunism, the mercenary Bartolomeo, who teaches something more blunt. The Italy he moves through is alive with real history. The Pazzi conspiracy, an actual attempted assassination of the Medici that took place in 1478, becomes the game's first major act. The politics of the Papal States, the corruption bleeding through the church, the desperate ambitions of the Borgia family, all of it is woven into the story with a confidence and richness that still feels remarkable. And underneath the history, the Isu thread deepens. Rodrigo Borgia has one of the pieces of Eden, the apple, and he uses it to eventually claim the papacy as Alexander VI. He believes himself chosen for something greater, fated to open a vault left behind by the first civilization. Ezio follows him to the Vatican and confronts him beneath the Sistine Chapel in a subterranean space that shouldn't exist. Inside the vault, Ezio encounters something he could not have prepared for. Not a weapon, not a treasure, but a projection. A holographic figure, a woman who calls herself Minerva, one of the Isu. She speaks to Ezio, but she is not speaking only to Ezio. She says his name, then she looks past him, looks somehow through the centuries, and she speaks to Desmond. She tells him that a catastrophe is coming, that it has come before, that the Isu knew it was coming and tried to prevent it and failed, that the warning she is leaving is humanity's best chance. It's one of the most striking moments in the series, an ancient intelligence reaching across 1,500 years to deliver a warning to a young man sitting in a laboratory in the present day through the body of a Renaissance assassin who has no idea what any of it means. Ezio is bewildered. He closes the vault. He sheathes his blade. I have lived my life as best I could, he tells Minerva's fading image, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a flame. I go now to my rest, and I leave you, Desmond, the task of finding the rest of the message. It is a perfect ending and the beginning of something much larger. The next entry in the series is Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. The story picks up almost immediately. Rodrigo Borgia is dead, but his son Cesare is very much alive, and Cesare Borgia is, in many respects, a more frightening man than his father. Rodrigo wanted power in the quiet, institutional way of old men. Cesare wants to burn the world down and rebuild it in his own image. His armies sack Monteriggioni in the game's devastating opening, wounding Ezio and scattering the Brotherhood. Ezio barely escapes with his life and the apple, and he makes his way to Rome, the heart of Borgia power. Brotherhood is, at its core, a story about what it takes to rebuild something destroyed. Ezio arrives in a Rome that is cowed and broken, its people ground down beneath Templar influence that runs through every institution and every street corner. He has to reconstruct the Assassin Brotherhood almost from nothing, recruiting, training, building a network that can operate in a city that works against them at every turn. It's also a meditation on leadership. Ezio is no longer the young man learning his craft. He is the mentor now, whether he wanted to be or not. He has to earn the trust of Rome's people, to make them believe that something better is possible, to turn individual acts of rebellion into something organized and lasting. The Borgia themselves are fascinatingly drawn. Lucrezia, Cesare's sister, used as a political pawn and complicit in cruelties she may not have chosen, is one of the series' more complex supporting characters. Cesare himself is theatrical villainy elevated to something genuinely dangerous. A man whose belief in his own invincibility is his greatest weapon and his ultimate undoing. Ezio kills Rodrigo Borgia. He eventually corners Cesare, but rather than execute him, he does something more interesting. He allows history to take its course, stripping Cesare of the apple and leaving him to the mercy of the forces already closing in. Cesare Borgia dies not by an assassin's blade, but in a siege at Vienna, in 1507, thrown from the walls by his own enemies. The Brotherhood is rebuilt. Rome is free, or freer, and then the apple activates. In the catacombs beneath Rome, the apple projects a new vision. Numbers, coordinates, a location. Desmond, still reliving Ezio's memories, wakes from the animus in a fugue state. He picks up a blade, and in an act he cannot control, his mind still caught between centuries, he kills Lucy Stillman, the woman who helped him escape Abstergo. It is brutal and sudden and heartbreaking, and the series never quite gets over it. Desmond collapses into a coma, and the screen goes dark. We follow two threads in Revelations, and both of them are about endings. Ezio travels to Constantinople, now Ottoman-controlled Istanbul, in 1511, searching for the library of Altair. He believes it contains the sum of Altair's accumulated wisdom, and perhaps a key to understanding the pieces of Eden. He is old now, or older, in his 50s, still formidable, but moving through the world with a different weight than the young man who burned through Renaissance Italy. Constantinople is spectacular. The Hagia Sophia, the Grand Bazaar, the towers and bridges of a city caught between empires. There are Templars here too, using a schism in the Ottoman succession to gain a foothold in the most strategically important city on earth. Ezio uncovers their plot, finds allies among the assassins' local chapter, and slowly pieces together the map to Altair's library. He also falls in love. Sofia Sartor is a Venetian book merchant in Constantinople, intelligent, warm, completely unimpressed by Ezio's charisma in the most delightful way. Their relationship develops quietly in the spaces between battles, and it gives Revelations something the earlier games didn't quite have, the sense that Ezio might actually want something for himself, that all of this history he has been shaping has also been keeping him from a simpler, quieter life. The second thread lives inside the animus, in a digital purgatory where Desmond's comatose mind is sustained by the system itself. Here he encounters Subject 16, a previous animus user who went mad from overuse and left fragments of himself behind in the machine. Through 16's memories and puzzles, Desmond begins to understand himself, his childhood in an assassin compound, his teenage escape, the years he spent as a bartender in New York, believing he'd gotten free of all of this. He hadn't, of course. The Altair thread wins beautifully through revelations and memory sequences scattered across the game. We see Altair at various points in his long life, returning to Masyaf after years away, grieving the death of his son. Watching the Brotherhood he built struggle through the Mongol invasions, finally growing old and wise and ready to let go. His last memory is of sealing himself into his library, sending his remaining followers away, keeping his secrets safe. Ezio reaches the library. He finds Altair's skeleton. He finds a final apple. He doesn't take it. "I have seen enough for one life," he says, setting it down. "I leave this place in your hands, Desmond." In a video message left by Altair, one of the most moving sequences in the series, the old assassin speaks one final time. He has spent his life in service of an idea. He hopes it was enough. He hopes the person who finds this message understands. Desmond wakes from his coma. The team has a location. The next phase is beginning. Ezio Auditore's story ends properly in a short film released after Revelations called Embers. He is an old man in Florence, retired with Sophia and their children. He has not held a blade in years, and in his last act, he meets a young Chinese woman, Xiao Jun, the last of the Chinese Brotherhood, who has come to him for guidance, for something to hold on to. He gives her what he has, not techniques or tactics, but the simple truth that the creed is meant to be carried within, not imposed without. Then he goes home. He sits with his daughter. His heart gives out quietly, watching the city he loved. He died the way Altair could not, surrounded by people who loved him. That is not a small thing. The third mainline entry is a game of grand ambitions and complicated execution, and it remains one of the most divided entries in the series. But its setting, the American Revolution, is undeniably one of the most audacious the franchise ever attempted, and its protagonist is one of its most genuinely tragic. Connor Ratonhake Dutton is the son of a Mohawk woman and a British Templar father named Hatham Kenway. He grows up in a Kanyenkeha village in the frontier wilderness of colonial New England, and his early life is defined by two catastrophes: a fire that destroys his village, which he witnesses as a child, and the gradual encirclement of his people's land by forces that will inevitably consume it. He is guided toward the Assassin Brotherhood by a vision, a visitation from one of the Isu, who tells him that he must protect the ancient Grand Temple, which lies somewhere beneath the New England landscape. He makes his way to the Brotherhood, trains under an assassin named Achilles Davenport, a bitter, broken old man slowly coaxed back into purpose, and enters the revolutionary world. The game does something quietly devastating with its historical framing. Connor genuinely believes in the ideals of the American Revolution. He fights alongside Washington, alongside Lee, alongside the Founding Fathers, because he believes they represent something: liberty, self-determination, the right of people to choose their own future. And the game keeps undercutting that belief, gently but relentlessly. The Founding Fathers are complicated at best and deeply compromised at worst. George Washington was a slaveholder. The freedom being won is not a freedom that extends to Connor's people or to the enslaved people building the new country's foundations. The revolution that Connor helps achieve will not protect his village. His people will lose their land, regardless of who wins. There is a scene in which Connor argues with a colonial soldier who has just helped burn down a Kanyenkeha settlement. The soldier tells Connor that the land is being put to good use. Connor looks at him with an exhaustion that goes beyond anger. There is nothing to say that will matter. His father, Hatham, is one of the series' best characters. Brilliant, charming, and utterly without the self-doubt that makes other Templars sympathetic. He genuinely believes in Templar order. He genuinely believes humanity cannot be trusted with its own freedom. And he is, in his way, fond of his son, which makes their final confrontation agonizing. Connor kills his father. He completes his mission at the Grand Temple, activating a mechanism meant to shield the Earth from a solar catastrophe. The same catastrophe the Isu could not prevent, the one Minerva warned about, but the cost is Desmond's life. He touches the device, he saves the world, or buys it time, and he dies. No celebration, no monument, just a young man's body left in a chamber that most of the world will never know existed. Connor lives on. He helps somewhat in the aftermath of the war. He recovers his village's land temporarily through legal and political channels, that will probably not hold. He ages. He continues. The game ends without resolution for him, because there is no resolution. Some stories don't have one. Black Flag is, in the happiest sense, a surprise. After the wait and grief of the third game, the series took a breath, gave us warm sun and blue water, and the most joyfully irresponsible protagonist it has ever produced. Edward Kenway is Connor's grandfather, and he is not a particularly good person at the start of his story. He is a pirate. He is charming and reckless and genuinely selfish, and he stumbles into the assassin-Templar conflict not out of conviction, but because it seems like it might make him rich. He steals the identity of an assassin, passes himself off as a member of the Brotherhood, and spends a substantial portion of the game navigating consequences of that lie. The setting is the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, roughly 1715 to 1722, and it is gorgeous. Havana, Nassau, Kingston, the open ocean between them, with Edward's ship, the Jackdaw, cutting through blue-green water while sea shanties drift from the crew, humpback whales off the bow, storms rolling in from the horizon. It is the most visually alive the series had ever been, and it made sailing into something genuinely meditative. The historical figures here are pirates themselves: Blackbeard, Bartholomew Roberts, Charles Vane, Calico Jack, and the game treats them with something approaching elegance. Real human beings caught in a mythology too large for any individual to fill. Blackbeard in particular is a revelation, not the screaming monster of legend, but a tired, intelligent man who understands exactly what the Pirate Republic of Nassau represents and exactly how long it can last. Black Flag is, in the happiest sense, a surprise. After the wait and grief of the third game, the series took a breath, gave us warm sun and blue water, and the most joyfully irresponsible protagonist it has ever produced. Edward Kenway is Connor's grandfather, and he is not a particularly good person at the start of his story. He is a pirate. He is charming and reckless and genuinely selfish, and he stumbles into the assassin-Templar conflict not out of conviction, but because it seems like it might make him rich. He steals the identity of an assassin, passes himself off as a member of the Brotherhood, and spends a substantial portion of the game navigating consequences of that lie. The setting is the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, roughly 1715 to 1722, and it is gorgeous. Havana, Nassau, Kingston, the open ocean between them, with Edward's ship, the Jackdaw, cutting through blue-green water while sea shanties drift from the crew, humpback whales off the bow, storms rolling in from the horizon. It is the most visually alive the series had ever been, and it made sailing into something genuinely meditative. The historical figures here are pirates themselves: Blackbeard, Bartholomew Roberts, Charles Vane, Calico Jack, and the game treats them with something approaching elegance. Real human beings caught in a mythology too large for any individual to fill. Blackbeard in particular is a revelation, not the screaming monster of legend, but a tired, intelligent man who understands exactly what the Pirate Republic of Nassau represents and exactly how long it can last. Not very long, it turns out. The freedom of the pirate golden age is explicitly framed as a kind of anarchist utopia, a space outside empire, outside class, outside the rules that grind ordinary people down. And like all such spaces, it is temporary, Edward watches his friends die, his community dissolve, the empire reasserting itself over every space it can reach. The story has a genuine Isu thread, an artifact called the Observatory, which can locate any person on Earth using a sample of their blood. The Templars want it for obvious reasons. Edward chases it for the wrong reasons, loses a great deal by doing so, and eventually has to decide what he actually believes. He ends the game a genuinely changed man, not saved exactly, but oriented toward something better. He writes a letter to his son Hatham, who we know will grow up to be the Grand Master Templar of the third game, and there is extraordinary sadness in that gap. Edward became something good, and his son inherited a world that turned it into something else. It is, in its way, the most complete character arc in the series. Assassin's Creed. Unity brought the series to Paris during the French Revolution, and it arrived in a state of notorious technical disarray. The launch was genuinely bad. Frame drops, visual glitches, faces that disappeared mid-cutscene, and the public memory of the game was shaped almost entirely by that broken launch, which is a shame, because underneath the technical catastrophe, there was, and remains, a genuinely interesting game. The setting is extraordinary. Paris in the late 18th century, in the full convulsive agony of the Revolution, the Reign of Terror, the guillotine in the Place de la Révolution, crowds screaming for noble blood, ideals that began pure becoming instruments of massacre. Unity renders the city on a scale the series had never attempted before. The Notre Dame, the Palais Royal, the teeming streets of the Marais. Arnaud Dorian is a French-Austrian assassin defined by personal loss. His adoptive father, a Templar he loved, is murdered, and Arnaud is initially blamed for the crime. He joins the assassins, partly to clear his name, and partly because the woman he loves, Elise de la Serre, is a Templar, and the only way to solve her father's murder is to move through both worlds. The Arnaud-Elise relationship is the heart of the game and the source of its best and worst moments. They are star-crossed in the oldest sense, and the game is not shy about where that goes. Unity is, quietly, one of the more romantic entries in the series, and also one of the more brutal. The French Revolution itself is handled with unusual nuance. The game resists the temptation to simply frame the Templars as the revolutionaries and the assassins as defenders of the old order. The assassins' own failures, their political timidity, their inability to act decisively when they had the chance. All of this is part of the story. The revolution wasn't a Templar conspiracy. It was a catastrophe that emerged from genuine injustice, and no Brotherhood conspiracy theory can contain it. Arnaud does not save Paris. He solves a murder. He loses the person he loved. He grows older and perhaps wiser and continues. It is a smaller story than the series often attempted, and that is not necessarily a flaw. The Victorian London of Assassin's Creed. Syndicate is one of the series' greatest settings. Gaslit streets, factory smoke, horse-drawn carriages, the Thames, Buckingham Palace, Big Ben, the full texture of the world's most powerful imperial city in the 1860s, rendered with extraordinary craft. And for the first time, the series gave us two protagonists, twins Jacob and Evie Fry. Jacob is the fighter, impulsive, loud, socially reckless, the kind of person who starts a gang war as a strategy for economic reform and somehow makes it work. He recruits a street gang called the Rooks to break the Templar stranglehold on London's criminal economy, and eventually makes his way up toward the Templar Grand Master, Crawford Starrick. Evie is the thinker, methodical, precise, focused on the larger picture. She is hunting a piece of Eden called the Shroud of Eden, and her story is quieter and more internally consistent than Jacob's. She is also, arguably, the more interesting protagonist. The game uses real Victorian figures with considerable charm. Charles Darwin, Karl Marx, Charles Dickens, Florence Nightingale, Alexander Graham Bell. The cameos range from delightful to genuinely touching. The scene with Dickens, who is trying to debunk the supernatural while clearly unsettled by everything he encounters, is quietly wonderful. The setting's darkness is not ignored. Child labor, industrial poverty, the casual cruelty of class. The game earns its lighter moments by not flinching from the conditions the Fry twins are trying to change. London is beautiful and brutal simultaneously, and Syndicate holds both things at once. There is also a substantial portion of the game set in World War I, played through as Lind Fry, Jacob and Evie's granddaughter, in 1916. It is a tonal departure, but a powerful one. The war is genuinely horrifying in the way it should be. Mud and wire, and the grinding mechanized slaughter of a conflict that killed a generation. Lind operates with a quietness that feels like grief. Syndicate is not always considered among the series' heights, but it is among its most purely enjoyable. After Syndicate, Ubisoft did something brave. They stopped. For 2 years, an eternity in a franchise that had been releasing entries almost annually, there were no new mainline Assassin's Creed games. When Origins arrived in 2017, it was not just a new entry. It was a reimagining of almost everything. The combat system, the open world design, the narrative approach, the historical period. Ancient Egypt, 49 BC. The last days of the pharaohs, the rise of Rome. Cleopatra navigating between Caesar and her own ambitions. The world of Origins is drenched in golden light and ancient mystery. The pyramids still new enough to gleam. The temples still thick with priests and ritual. The Nile Delta sprawling and complex and alive. Bayek of Siwa is an entirely different kind of protagonist for the series. He is a Medjay, a traditional protector of Egypt, a kind of holy law enforcement tied to the old ways of the land. He is older than most of the series' heroes, weathered and warm, and the first thing we learn about him is that he has lost his son. His son Kemu was killed by a group of masked figures, a secret order that would, in later years, evolve into what we know as the Templars. Bayek and his wife, Aya, spend most of the game hunting those figures down, one by one, in a revenge quest that is personal before it is ideological. But something happens in the course of that revenge. They meet people who need protecting. They see the scope of the Order's power, how it bends pharaohs and generals and Caesar himself toward its purposes. They begin to understand that individual revenge is not enough, that something must be built to oppose what they are fighting, permanently, institutionally, across generations. At the end of Origins, Bayek and Aya found the Hidden Ones, the precursor to the Brotherhood, the organization that will, centuries hence, become the Assassins. It is an origin story in the most literal sense, and it earns that designation. The creed is not handed down from above. It is arrived at painfully through loss and experience, and the gradual understanding that some things matter more than any individual life. The Isu presence in Origins is subtle but significant. The apple that the masked order seeks, the visions it generates, the way certain figures seem to understand more than they should. It all points toward the layer beneath the history. Origins does not over-explain it. It trusts the atmosphere. Bayek and Aya do not end together. Their grief has changed them in different directions. He stays in Egypt, protecting his people. She goes further, building the network that will span the known world. It is a marriage that the work consumed, and the game is honest about what that cost. Odyssey is the outlier, and it knows it. Set in 5th century BC Greece, at the height of the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, Odyssey takes place centuries before the founding of the Hidden Ones, before anything that could be called the Assassin Brotherhood exists. The Templar precursors are here, the Cult of Cosmos, a shadowy organization controlling the war from both sides. But there is no creed yet, no structure, no brotherhood to belong to. The protagonist, Cassandra or Alexios, player's choice, though Cassandra is the canonical lead, is a Spartan Misthios, a mercenary. She is the descendant of Leonidas, and she carries a broken piece of the spear of Leonidas, which is itself a piece of Eden. She is drawn into the conflict with the Cult of Cosmos through a chain of events involving her family's deliberate fragmentation and her own exile. Odyssey is the biggest of the RPG-era games, possibly the biggest in the series. Full stop. Greece is vast and varied and beautiful. Kephallonia, Athens, Sparta, the island chains of the Aegean. There are mythological elements here that lean further into the fantastical than the series had previously attempted. A minotaur, a cyclops, the Atlantis of the Isu rendered as an actual location accessible through vision rather than myth. The story is fundamentally about family, finding them, losing them, deciding whether blood creates obligation. Cassandra's family is scattered by tragedy and choice, and the game's main emotional arc is the process of reassembling something that may be permanently broken. The Isu content in Odyssey is the most extensive in the series up to that point. Through a questline involving Atlantis, Cassandra meets the Isu directly, not as projections or holograms, but as near immortal beings living in secret, struggling with their own failures and their own compromised relationships to humanity. It is strange and beautiful, and the closest the series has come to genuine science fiction. Odyssey is not, in any traditional sense, an Assassin's Creed game. There is no hidden blade. There is no brotherhood. The creed has not been invented, but what it explores, the question of whether individuals can meaningfully resist systems larger than themselves, is the same question every entry in the series asks. Valhalla brought the series to Viking Age England, specifically to the fractious, violent, politically complex period around 873 AD, when Scandinavian settlements were pushing into Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that were themselves struggling to survive. Eivor Varinsdottir is a Viking warrior, fierce, proud, and carrying the specific weight of Norse culture's relationship to fate. She is not an assassin at the start. She is a Jarl's child who wants to honor her clan, to prove herself, to find some version of the glory that her culture tells her she deserves. The Hidden Ones, the proto-assassins, by this point centuries old, exist in this world, but Eivor encounters them as one encounters any institution, with wariness, then cautious alliance, then something closer to belonging. The England of Valhalla is extraordinary. The rain-soaked fenlands of East Anglia, the rolling downs of Wessex, the walls of Winchester, Roman stones repurposed for Saxon defense, the fog off the Thames. The game takes the landscape seriously in a way that few historical games do, not as backdrop, but as character. The Templars here are the Order of the Ancients, the same shadowy organization Bayek fought in Egypt, still operating centuries later. Eivor hunts them down, while also navigating the politics of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Alfred the Great, the man trying to hold England together against both the Norse settlers and the Order's interference, is one of the series' most complex historical portrayals. He is not a villain. He is not an ally. He is a genuinely admirable man whose admirable qualities are also in service of a project Eivor cannot fully support. The Norse mythology in Valhalla is not separate from the story. It is the story. Eivor's visions of Odin, of Asgard, of Ragnarok are themselves Isu constructs, ancestral memories of a first civilization member named Odin, surfacing through Eivor's bloodline. The line between Viking religion and Isu science fiction is deliberately blurred, and it works. Eivor is not a typical protagonist. She is ambivalent in ways that feel honest about the violence of her culture, about what she is building, about whether any of it will last. The England she helps settle will not belong to her people forever. She knows this on some level. She continues anyway, because the people beside her are real, and the moment is real, and sometimes that is enough. Valhalla is enormous, genuinely enormous, with expansions covering Ireland, France, and a further Isu-heavy conclusion, and it committed to its scale in ways that not every player found rewarding. But at its heart, it is a meditation on belonging and legacy, on what we build and who we build it for, and it does not flinch from the complexity of that question. After the vast open worlds of Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, Mirage was designed as a return. Baghdad in 861 AD, the Abbasid Caliphate at its height, the golden age of Islamic scholarship, a city that was arguably the most sophisticated on Earth. Mirage is smaller than its immediate predecessors, deliberately so, a more focused map, a story that can be told in 20 hours rather than 80, a protagonist who grows from a street thief into something more. Basim ibn Ishaq is a character players of Valhalla had already met, a hidden one whose motivations were more complex and more shadowed than they initially appeared. Mirage is his origin story, how a young man from the streets of Anbar came to Baghdad, fell into the orbit of the hidden ones, and began the long education that would shape him into the figure Eivor encountered centuries later. The game is quieter than its predecessors. It takes its time with the beauty of Baghdad, the House of Wisdom, the markets, the waterways, the architecture of a civilization that believed knowledge was the highest form of devotion. The social stealth that defined the early games is the primary language here. Observation, patience, misdirection, the careful building of information before action. The Templars, the Order of the Ancients in this era, are embedded in the highest levels of Abbasid society, and Basim's work to expose and remove them, takes him through the city's every layer, from the desperate poor in the streets to the scholars and officials who hold the levers of power. His story is not a simple one. Basim carries something within him that he does not fully understand, a presence, an inherited weight, something that occasionally surfaces in dreams and visions. Mirage does not resolve this completely. Some of that resolution lives in Valhalla, already told. What Mirage does offer is a certain kind of grace. It is not trying to be everything. It knows what it is. A love letter to the franchise's origins, a reminder of the pleasure of a more intimate scale, a story about a young man finding purpose in something larger than himself. Looking back across all of it, what is this series really about? The surface answer is obvious. Ancient assassins, historical settings, a war fought in the shadows across millennia. But the deeper answer is more interesting. Assassin's Creed is a series about the relationship between history and the individual, about whether a single person, however gifted, however committed, can actually change the course of things. Every protagonist from Altair to Basim enters their story believing on some level that what they do matters, that the assassins can win, that the Templars can be stopped, that the piece of Eden they're hunting will be the one that settles it. None of them settle it. The war continues. The Order is never truly defeated, only wounded. The Templars regroup under new names, in new cities, in new centuries. The assassins rebuild, train new members, lose people they can't replace, and continue. And yet, the series is not nihilistic. It keeps insisting, in game after game, that the work matters anyway, that Bayek's protection of his people matters even if Egypt falls, that Aesio's dismantling of Borgia power matters even if other powers rise, that Ivor's settlement in England matters even if it doesn't last. There is a philosophy in that insistence. It's not assassin dogma. It's something older, something that runs through human experience in every era. The conviction that the present moment is real, that the people you love are real, that small acts of justice or kindness or protection ripple outward in ways you cannot trace, but which are, nonetheless, real. The creed, nothing is true, everything is permitted, is often misread as a license for nihilism. But in practice, across 15 years of storytelling, the series has consistently used it the other way. If nothing is externally true, then the values you choose to act on are the truest things in the world. If everything is permitted, then every act of genuine care, of chosen loyalty, of freely given courage, those are the most meaningful things possible. It's a strange, subtle philosophy for an action franchise, but it's there, in every hidden blade that pauses before a killing stroke, in every moment where the protagonists choose the harder path over the easier one. And that's where we'll leave things tonight. Across the Holy Land and Renaissance Italy, across the Caribbean and colonial America, across the French Revolution and Victorian London, across ancient Egypt and Greece and Norway and Baghdad, the same war, the same questions, the same fragile and persistent hope that something is worth protecting. Wherever you are right now, I hope the history settled around you like something warm. These are old places, old stories, old arguments about what humanity owes itself. And there's something quietly comforting about the idea that people have been wrestling with those arguments for a very, very long time. Sleep well. There is a house at the edge of a forest. It has been there for a long time, long enough that the forest has begun to reclaim the edges of it, long enough that the gates are rusted and the grounds are overgrown, and the windows from the outside reveal nothing. It is the kind of house that should not be approached at night. It is the kind of house that, once you are inside, makes you understand immediately that getting back outside is going to require something from you. Resident Evil has always been about that house, or rather, it has been about what the house represents, the place you enter in good faith and cannot leave unchanged, the place that confronts you with things you are not prepared to understand, the place whose secrets, once known, cannot be unknown. For nearly 30 years, Capcom's landmark horror series has been building those places, mansions and cities and island laboratories and rural European villages and cramped Louisiana bayous, and filling them with the evidence of what human ambition looks like when it operates without conscience. The monsters are real in these games, and they are frightening, but the series has always understood that the monsters are symptoms. The disease is older and more human. Tonight, we're going to walk through all of it, from the original Spencer Mansion in the Arklay Mountains, through the horrors of Raccoon City, through the long pursuit of the people responsible, and out the other side into the world that survives them. We'll meet the survivors and the villains and the creatures that walk the line between both, and we'll try to understand what this series has been saying across 3 decades of locked doors and difficult rooms. Get comfortable. Leave the lights on if you'd like. Before we enter any building, it helps to understand the institution responsible for what happens inside them. The Umbrella Corporation is, on the surface, one of the world's most successful pharmaceutical companies. It manufactures medicine, it funds research, it presents itself, as large corporations do, as a force for human health and progress. The presentation is a lie of extraordinary thoroughness. Underneath the pharmaceutical business, Umbrella has been developing biological weapons, viruses, and parasites engineered to transform living organisms into instruments of destruction. The T-virus is the foundation of most of what follows, a mutagenic pathogen that reanimates dead tissue, dramatically alters living tissue, and produces in its hosts a state somewhere between life and death that is useful for exactly one purpose. The creatures it creates are called BOWs, biological organic weapons, and they are the monsters of the series. Umbrella's founders believed they were building something that would give them leverage over governments, over militaries, over the entire structure of geopolitical power. They were not wrong about the leverage. They were catastrophically wrong about their ability to control what they were building. The series is, in its broadest sense, the story of that catastrophe unfolding, and of the small number of people who survive it and dedicate themselves to making sure it does not happen again. A note on the viruses. The series accumulates a considerable number of them across its run. The T virus, the G virus, the progenitor virus, the Ouroboros, the C virus, the mold, the Cadu. For our purposes tonight, the specific names matter less than the principle. Umbrella and its successors kept creating new pathogens, and those pathogens kept escaping, and the people trying to stop them kept arriving too late or just barely in time. The details change. The shape of the story stays consistent. The story begins properly on a train. Resident Evil Zero is a prequel, set the night before the events of the original game, and it follows two characters whose paths converge in the Arklay Mountains outside Raccoon City. Rebecca Chambers is a rookie member of STARS, the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, sent to investigate a series of brutal murders in the area. Billy Cohen is a former Marine being transported to his execution for a massacre he may or may not have committed. The train they both end up on is the Umbrella research vessel, a mobile laboratory, effectively, that has been overrun by the things Umbrella was building inside it. The two of them have to work together to survive, to understand what happened, and to follow the thread back to its source. A man named James Marcus, one of Umbrella's founders, whose experiments gave rise to the original T-virus, and whose fate set other events in motion. Zero establishes the texture of what the series does best: confined spaces full of evidence of things that went wrong. Two people with incomplete information trying to piece together a picture from what they find, and the specific dread of a place that was designed by human beings and has since become something else entirely. The original Resident Evil picks up the next morning. STARS sends Bravo team, including Rebecca, to investigate the murders, and they disappear. Alpha team is sent to find them. Their helicopter is attacked, forcing them to land near an enormous mansion in the Arklay Mountains. They take shelter inside. The mansion belongs to Oswell Spencer, one of Umbrella's founders. It is also a research facility, its basements full of laboratories, its grounds hiding underground complexes, its elegant rooms sitting above a network of secrets. A T-virus outbreak has transformed the staff and experimental subjects into zombies and worse. The STARS members who enter looking for their colleagues find instead the full evidence of what Umbrella has been doing in the dark. The playable characters are Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield, two of the series' most enduring figures, and two people whose careers will be defined for the next several decades by what they find in this house. Jill is precise and resourceful, with a background in bomb disposal that the game translates into a greater ability to navigate the mansion's puzzles. Chris is more physically capable, but more limited in other ways. Their experiences in the mansion overlap but diverge. Each uncovers different pieces of the same picture. What they find, collectively, is the full scope of Umbrella's research program, the creatures it produced, the people it lost, and the specific ambition at the heart of it. The final enemy is the Tyrant, a humanoid bow, enormous and deliberate, representing the apex of what the T-virus could do to a human body, given the right genetic material. They defeat it. They escape in a helicopter as the mansion is destroyed. They have survived. They have evidence. They believe at this point that the evidence will be enough, that what they can prove will bring Umbrella down through legitimate channels. It will not be that simple. The STARS survivors filed their reports. Umbrella had enough influence in law enforcement, in government, in the structures that would ordinarily investigate such things, to suppress them. The evidence went nowhere. The corporation continued operating, and then Raccoon City happened. Raccoon City is a mid-sized American city in the Midwest, and it is also, quietly, an Umbrella company town, a place whose economy and infrastructure have been deeply entangled with the corporation for decades. When the T-virus escapes the Spencer Mansion's underground labs and reaches the city's water supply, the result is not containable. Resident Evil 2 takes place 2 months after the mansion incident. Over the course of a single night, 2 new protagonists arrive in the city separately and find it already consumed. Leon S. Kennedy is a rookie police officer reporting for his first day on the job. Claire Redfield is Chris's younger sister, arriving in Raccoon City looking for her brother. They meet briefly, a moment of connection in a burning street. 2 people who have no idea yet what the night will cost them. And then they separate, their paths running parallel through the chaos. The Raccoon City Police Department, where they both seek shelter, is one of the series' great environments, a massive building that was once an art museum, its architecture strange and grand, and deeply unsuited to its current function, now overrun and full of the evidence of the people who tried to hold it together and failed. The notes and files scattered through the building are, in their quiet way, the game's most affecting element. The record of ordinary people facing something they could not understand or stop. Leon encounters Ada Wong, a woman presenting herself as a civilian, clearly something more, whose real agenda takes most of the game to clarify. He also encounters William Birkin, an umbrella scientist who was responsible for the development of the G virus, a more powerful and more horrifying pathogen than the T virus, and who, when Umbrella's operatives attempted to seize his research, injected himself with it rather than surrender it. The G virus does not produce zombies. It produces something that keeps mutating, keeps growing, keeps incorporating other biological material into itself. What Birkin becomes over the course of the night is one of the series' most disturbing images. Claire encounters Birkin's daughter Sherry, a child alone in the building, separated from her parents, carrying more of her father's legacy than she knows. The threat of Claire protecting Sherry gives the second game its emotional center, a young woman who came looking for her brother, finding instead a child who needs her. Both characters make it out. Raccoon City does not. The government eventually does the only thing that remains available to it, a missile strike. The city is destroyed. The evidence is buried, literally, under rubble. Resident Evil 3 runs parallel to these events, before, during, and slightly after, following Jill Valentine as she attempts to escape the city. Pursuing her is the Nemesis, a specially engineered tyrant dispatched by Umbrella to eliminate the STAR survivors before they can testify against the company. The Nemesis is not like the ordinary tyrant. It is faster, more adaptive, capable of pursuing a specific target across the entire city, with a focus that ordinary BOWs do not possess. It finds Jill repeatedly. It does not stop. Jill's story in RE3 is about endurance. She has already survived the mansion. She is not naive about what she is facing, but surviving something once does not make surviving it again easier. If anything, knowing exactly what Umbrella is capable of makes the city's destruction more painful to move through. She escapes eventually with the help of a mercenary named Carlos Oliveira, whose allegiances evolve across the game into something genuinely decent. The Raccoon City incident ends Umbrella's public legitimacy. The company survives in diminished form, but the cover is blown. What follows, across the next several games, is the long tale of what it released into the world. Code Veronica picks up 3 months after Raccoon City, following Claire Redfield's search for her brother. she has been investigating umbrella facilities independently, something that lands her in an umbrella detention facility on a remote island called Rockfort. When the island is attacked by a rival organization and a T-virus outbreak follows, Claire finds herself navigating a new kind of horror with a new companion, Steve Burnside, a fellow prisoner whose backstory involves his own family's entanglement with Umbrella in ways he is still processing. The antagonist is Alexia Ashford, a child prodigy from one of Umbrella's founding families who spent years in cryogenic stasis, while the T. Veronica virus she developed integrated with her biology. She wakes in the game's second act as something that is still recognizably a person, and also something considerably more and less. Her brother Alfred, who maintained the island's operations in her absence with a devotion that crossed into something else entirely, is one of the series' more genuinely unsettling supporting villains. Chris Redfield arrives midway through the game to find his sister and ends up confronting Alexia himself, a battle that has personal weight because Chris has spent the months since Raccoon City in exactly the kind of isolation that comes from being right about something that no one with power wanted to hear. Code Veronica is, among the games in this era, the one most interested in the human cost of Umbrella's founding ideology, the eugenics and the ambition and the specific damage done to the families of people who dedicated themselves to that project. It is darker in a quieter way than the city-scale disasters of RE2 and RE3. Then, several years later, everything changed. Resident Evil 4 is one of the most influential games ever made, and it is the moment the series became something different. Set 6 years after Raccoon City, it follows Leon Kennedy, now a government agent, the rookie cop from RE2, transformed by everything that happened since, sent to rural Spain to rescue Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, who has been kidnapped by a cult called Los Iluminados. The cult is led by Osmond Sadler, a man who has developed a new kind of bioweapon, the Plaga, a parasitic organism that does not kill its host but controls them, integrating with their nervous system and leaving them functional enough to follow orders. The Ganados, the infected villagers, are not zombies in any traditional sense. They think, they communicate, they use tools and coordinate attacks in ways that the shambling infected of earlier games could not. It is a more complicated kind of horror, and the game uses it well. RE4 restructured almost everything about how the series played, moving to an over-the-shoulder camera, shifting the balance from resource management and puzzle solving towards something more kinetic and action-oriented. It is still survival horror, but the survival feels different, more like a sequence of controlled engagements than the ambient dread of the mansion and the city. Leon is, across the game, funny and tired and competent in a way that acknowledges the absurdity of his situation without dismissing its danger. He has been through things that left marks, and he carries them lightly because the alternative is not carrying them at all. His exchanges with Ada Wong, who appears here again, still operating in the space between Alley and something more complicated, suggest a history and an unresolved tension that the series returns to repeatedly. Ashley is rescued, Sadler is defeated, the Plaga is contained, at least for now. RE4's remake, released in 2023, is exceptional, a reconstruction that preserves the original structure while deepening Leon and Ashley as characters and finding genuine horror in material the original sometimes played for spectacle. Both versions tell the same story. Both versions changed what was possible in the genre. Chris Redfield has spent the better part of a decade doing exactly what he said he would do after the Spencer Mansion, pursuing Umbrella and its successors, dismantling bioweapon operations wherever they surface, refusing to accept that the problem is contained when he knows it is not. Resident Evil 5 sends him to the Kijuju region of West Africa, where a new bioweapon outbreak is being reported. He is partnered with Sheva Alomar, a member of the BSAA, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, the international organization that has grown from the work of survivors like Chris and Jill. Sheva is from this region, and her personal connection to it gives the game a dimension it would otherwise lack. The enemy is Albert Wesker, a name that has been present in the series since the very beginning. Wesker was a STARS captain in the Mansion incident, and he was a traitor, an Umbrella operative who used the Alpha team as test subjects, who was himself infected with a prototype virus during the Mansion's destruction, and who survived it in a form that has been operating somewhere between human and something considerably harder to kill ever since. Wesker has been the series' primary antagonist across multiple entries, operating in shadows, acquiring viruses, building toward a plan whose full scope becomes clear in RE5. He intends to release a new virus, Ouroboros, developed from the progenitor virus that predates even Umbrella. Across the global population, most humans will die. Those with compatible genetics will be transformed. He believes, with the specific megalomania of someone who has been operating without consequence for too long, that this is the next stage of human evolution, that he will guide what emerges. The game also addresses Jill Valentine, who has been missing since a confrontation with Wesker that Chris has never stopped investigating. She is here in Kijuju, but not as herself, controlled, a mind and body that Chris recognizes being used by someone else. The scenes where Chris has to fight her while trying not to hurt her are among the most genuinely painful in the series. The final confrontation with Wesker on a volcano in a set piece that goes further into action cinema than the series had previously traveled ends with the man who has been shaping events across 3 decades of story gone. It is not a quiet ending. It is, perhaps, proportionate to what he put into motion. RE5 is a transitional game. It completed the Wesker arc that began in the first entry, but in doing so, it moved the series further toward action and further from horror than many players found comfortable. The next several years would be occupied with finding the balance again. The 2 Resident Evil Revelations games sit at the edges of the main series chronologically, filling in stories that the numbered entries didn't have room for. They are quieter games, smaller in scale, more focused, more interested in the texture of their characters than in world-ending events. Revelations follows Jill Valentine and her partner Parker Luciani in the period between RE4 and RE5, aboard a seemingly abandoned cruise ship called the Queen Zenobia. The ship has been the site of an outbreak involving a new virus called T-Abyss, an aquatic variant designed for marine environments. What they find aboard is evidence of an organization called Il Veltro, a bioterrorist group whose connection to larger powers becomes clearer as the game unfolds. The cruise ship is one of the series' better enclosed environments. The scale is intimate, the setting inherently isolating, the transformation of a luxury ocean liner into something terrible, carrying its own specific irony. Jill is, as always, exactly the kind of person you want beside you in a building that has become something wrong. She has seen too much to be destabilized easily, but she has not become numb to it. Revelations 2 takes a different approach, pairing two separate campaigns that run simultaneously in time. Claire Redfield, returning to the series after several games' absence, is abducted along with her colleague Moira Burton, daughter of the veteran BSAA operative Barry Burton. They wake in an abandoned detention facility on a remote island, with no explanation and a mysterious figure known only as the Overseer monitoring them. Barry arrives on the island later, searching for Moira, accompanied by a young girl named Natalia, a child with unusual perceptive abilities that the game treats with appropriate mystery. The villain, eventually revealed as Alex Wesker, a counterpart to Albert, one of several candidates in a project the original Wesker was running, is a figure defined by her relationship to mortality. She has spent her life building a legacy, trying to find a way to persist beyond her own death, and her experiments on the island are the expression of that obsession. She is a smaller scale villain than the series' main antagonists, and a more intimate one. Her horror is personal in a way that Albert's was never quite meant to be. Revelations 2 is, among the games in this period, the one most interested in family, in what people owe the people who are waiting for them, in what daughters owe fathers, and what fathers owe daughters, and whether loyalty can survive what the series keeps putting it through. Barry Burton, aging and determined and carrying years of guilt about a moment of weakness in the original game, is quietly one of the series' most affecting figures by the time his campaign is done. Resident Evil 6 is the series at its most ambitious and its most overextended, a game that tried to be everything at once, and in doing so became one of its most divisive entries. It is also, on its own terms, a genuinely interesting experiment, a cross-cutting disaster epic that follows 4 separate campaigns simultaneously, each with its own protagonist, its own setting, its own emotional register. The threat is the C virus, a new bioweapon engineered by a shadowy organization called Neo Umbrella, capable of producing a new class of infected called Javo, enemies that are faster and more adaptive than anything the series had previously produced, capable of mutating in response to damage, capable of coordinating in ways that make them feel less like monsters and more like a weapon that has been aimed. The first campaign follows Leon Kennedy and his partner Helena Harper into the city of Tall Oaks, where the US president, a man who was about to publicly disclose the government's involvement in the Raccoon City incident, has been infected and transformed. Leon has to make an impossible choice in the opening minutes of the game, and the weight of that choice follows him through everything that comes after. He is, by this point, a man who has been making impossible choices for over a decade, and the game does not pretend that repetition makes them easier. The second campaign follows Chris Redfield and his unit into Edonia, and then Lanxiang, a fictional Chinese city that becomes the game's largest and most chaotic theater. Chris is struggling with something beyond the physical. A mission in Edonia went wrong in ways he cannot fully remember, and the amnesia is not incidental. It is the game asking what happens to a soldier who has carried as much as Chris has carried when the weight finally exceeds what memory can hold. His partner Piers Nivans is one of the game's most quietly affecting figures, a younger man who believes in Chris, perhaps more than Chris believes in himself. The third campaign follows Jake Muller, the son of Albert Wesker, a fact that gives him a biological significance beyond his considerable combat ability, and Sherry Birkin, now a government agent whose own history with the series goes back to the RPD and the night her father became something terrible. Jake has his father's enhanced physiology without his father's ideology, and the game is interested in what it means to carry a legacy you did not choose and do not endorse. Sherry, for her part, is one of the more satisfying long arc character resolutions in the series. The frightened child from RE2 grown into someone capable and clear-eyed, who remembers where she came from without being defined by it. The fourth campaign, shorter than the others, follows Ada Wong through her own thread of the conspiracy, alone, as Ada tends to be, moving through the same events from an angle that recontextualizes everything the other campaigns established. The villain behind Neo Umbrella is Carla Radames, a scientist who was transformed through the C-virus into a physical copy of Ada Wong, and whose obsession with the woman she was made to resemble is one of the series' stranger and more melancholy antagonist portraits. She is not simply evil. She is someone who was unmade and remade and is still underneath the ideology and the cruelty, trying to understand what she is. RE6 is genuinely too large for its own good. The four campaigns, taken together, run to lengths that test the patience even of invested players, and the action orientation pushed further here than in any previous entry, left behind most of what the series had originally been built on. The horror of the early games is almost entirely absent. What replaces it is spectacle, explosions and collapsing cities, and set pieces that arrive so frequently they lose their impact. And yet, inside the excess, there are moments that land. Leon's campaign has genuine dread in its early hours. Chris's arc, about a soldier whose capacity for this work may finally be exhausted, is more emotionally honest than the game's reputation suggests. The reunion of so many series veterans in a single story, however overstuffed that story becomes, carries a weight that comes from caring about these people across a decade and a half of survival. It was clear by the time RE6 was finished that something needed to change. The series had traveled as far as it could in one direction. What came next would require starting again, almost from the beginning, in a house in Louisiana where a man was looking for his wife. After Resident Evil 6, a sprawling, critically divisive entry that pushed the action orientation to its furthest extreme, Capcom made the same decision Ubisoft had made with Assassin's Creed. They stopped, took stock, and rebuilt. Resident Evil 7 is the most significant reinvention the series had attempted since RE4. It moved the camera to first person. It stripped the cast back to one new protagonist. It returned with absolute conviction to the haunted house horror of the original game. And it did so in a way that felt completely contemporary. The setting is a derelict plantation in rural Louisiana. The protagonist is Ethan Winters, Not a soldier, not a trained operative, not anyone with special qualifications for what he is about to experience. He is an ordinary man who has received a message from his wife Mia, who disappeared 3 years earlier, asking him to come find her. The Baker family lives on the property, or what remains of them. Jack Baker, his wife Marguerite, their son Lucas. They are infected with something called the mold, a fungal bioweapon with properties unlike anything the series had encountered before. It connects its hosts in a kind of network, controlled by a central intelligence, capable of regeneration that makes conventional weapons almost useless. The Bakers are terrifying, not because they are monsters, but because they are still, in fragmentary ways, people. Jack Baker calls Ethan son in a voice that carries the ghost of genuine hospitality. The horror of the Baker house is the horror of watching what people become when something has taken up residence in them that they cannot evict. The central intelligence behind the mold is Eveline, a child, or something shaped like a child, who is herself a Beodoleu, an umbrella bioweapon designed to spread the mold through emotional manipulation, through the specific vulnerability of people who want a family. She infected the Bakers because she wanted them. She is lonely in the way that only something that has never been fully alive can be lonely. Ethan finds Mia. He finds what happened to her. The 3 years she spent under Eveline's influence, what she did, and what was done to her. He destroys Eveline. He makes it out, eventually, with BSAA support that arrives in the form of Chris Redfield, who appears in the final moments to signal that the larger world is still paying attention. RE7 is the series' scariest entry in the modern era, and it earns its horror by keeping the scale small. The fate of the world is not at stake. One man is trying to find his wife in a house that does not want to let him leave. That is enough. It is more than enough. Resident Evil 8 Village follows directly from the previous entry in the series. Ethan and Mia are living in Eastern Europe under BSAA protection with their infant daughter Rose. The fragile peace of that arrangement is broken violently. An attack that takes Mia from Ethan and takes Rose into the mountains, toward a village that the game's opening frames with folklore and unease. The village is presided over by 4 lords, each controlling a domain that corresponds to a different flavor of horror: a castle, a factory, a reservoir, a mountainside settlement. Each lord is infected with a variant of the Kadu parasite. Eveline's legacy developed further, and each has become something that is more symbol than person. Lady Dimitrescu, the imposing noblewoman of the castle, became, in the period before the game's release, something of a cultural phenomenon, a villain so immediately iconic that the internet fell in love with her before anyone had played a moment of the game. The game earns the attention. Her castle is the most traditionally Gothic environment the series has produced, vast and cold, and full of the specific grandeur that horror fiction has always found in aristocratic excess. The overarching villain is Mother Miranda, a figure who has been operating in this region for a very long time, who discovered the mold after the loss of her daughter, who has spent decades studying it and using it and building a religion around it. She is, in some respects, the series' most personal villain, not an ideology of power or control, but grief that has had long enough to become something monstrous. She wants Rose. Rose carries something in her biology, the legacy of Eveline, of the mold of what happened to Ethan and Mia that Miranda believes she can use to resurrect her daughter. The parallel between her loss and Ethan's is the game's central irony. Two parents who would do anything for their children, and only one of them capable of doing things that deserve to succeed. Ethan's arc across RE7 and Village is the most complete father and protector story the series has told. He is not extraordinary in any of the ways that the series' traditional heroes are extraordinary. He does not have military training or superhuman resilience or decades of experience. He has the specific, stubborn love of a parent who will not accept the alternative to trying. The game's ending, which costs him everything and gives his daughter everything, is the series' most emotionally direct conclusion. Rose Winters appears in an epilogue, grown a BSAA operative herself, visiting her father's grave. The thread she represents, a new generation shaped by the same forces that shaped Chris and Claire and Leon and Jill, points toward whatever the series becomes next. 28 years after Raccoon City was destroyed, the ruins are still there, not the city that was turned to glass and rubble by a government strike that the people responsible have spent nearly 3 decades trying to keep quiet. But the ruins themselves persist, cordoned off, slowly being reclaimed by nature, a wound in the Midwest landscape that has never quite healed. Wrenwood is the town next to it, the neighboring city that survived, that has lived in the shadow of what happened and never quite found a way to move on. It is October 2026. FBI intelligence analyst Grace Ashcroft is investigating a string of unusual deaths. 4 victims, all of them survivors of the original Raccoon City outbreak, dead under circumstances that don't add up. Her supervisor sends her to the Wrenwood Hotel, where a 5th body has been found. The hotel is personal. 8 years earlier, Grace's mother, Alyssa Ashcroft, an investigative journalist who survived the Raccoon City incident and spent years afterwards exposing Umbrella's crimes, was murdered there, in front of her daughter. Grace is not a soldier. She is not a trained operative in the mold of Leon or Chris or Jill. She is someone who turned grief into focus, who processes the world through analysis, because analysis is something she can control. She is, in the series' long tradition of reluctant protagonists, exactly the wrong person for what is waiting inside that hotel, which is, of course, why she is exactly the right one. Leon S. Kennedy is also dispatched to Wrenwood, older now, carrying the specific weight of a man who has been responding to outbreaks for nearly 3 decades, whose face has settled into something that has seen too much to be easily surprised. The investigation leads both of them eventually to the ruins of Raccoon City itself, and for Leon, to the wreckage of the police department where his story began, a homecoming nobody asked for, in a place that stopped being home before it stopped existing. Sherry Birkin, the child Leon carried out of Raccoon City in 1998, now a fellow government operative, supports him remotely across the game. That detail closes a loop quietly and without fanfare, the way the best long-running series callbacks do. The threat at the center of Requiem is Project Elpis, a secret from Spencer's era, buried beneath the ruins of Raccoon City in a facility called the Ark. The villain, Dr. Victor Gideon, is a former Umbrella researcher who believes Grace is the biological key to unlocking Elpis, that something in her blood, some rare immunity, makes her the instrument his plan requires. He has been engineering the circumstances of her investigation from the beginning, ensuring she would come to Wrenwood, ensuring she would follow the thread all the way down into the dark. The truth, when Grace finally reaches it, is both simpler and stranger than Gideon believed. Grace is not a cure. She is not a key. She is an orphan, one that a dying Spencer quietly adopted in his final years, then entrusted to Alyssa Ashcroft as a form of atonement. The journalist came to expose him, and he handed her an infant instead, asking her to raise the child as his one act of something resembling grace. Spencer called her his blind hope. He called Elpis, which turns out to be not a weapon, but an antiviral, a potential T-virus cure, buried in deliberately incomplete records to keep it from the people who would weaponize it. His requiem for the dead. His attempt, however inadequate, to leave something behind that might balance against everything he had set in motion. The game's dual structure handles this material with deliberate pacing. Grace's sections are built around survival horror, resource scarcity, the specific vulnerability of someone who is frightened and resourceful in equal measure, the dread of navigating spaces that do not want her to leave. Leon's sections are built around the action horror confidence of a veteran who has simply stopped being surprised by what the world produces. Fear and competence alternating, each making the other legible by contrast. The game earned considerable praise for finding that balance, for making both modes feel essential rather than intention. The ending costs and gives in roughly equal measure. Grace is not who she was told she might be. She is, instead, something rarer, an ordinary person who survived extraordinary things, who found in the wreckage of the Ark a blind girl named Emily, a child who had been imprisoned and experimented on, and who makes the quiet decision to take her home. In the epilogue, Grace is teaching Emily to read. On her desk at the FBI sit photos of her mother and of Emily, a new family assembled from the wreckage of the old one. Leon calls, Sherry is fine, Chris is somewhere. The post-credits sequence makes clear that the series is not finished with whatever he has found. Requiem is the series at 30, reflective without being nostalgic, willing to revisit its own history without simply replaying it. It returns to Raccoon City not to celebrate what came before, but to ask what a place like that leaves behind in the people who survived it. The answer it gives is quiet and human, grief and guilt, and occasionally the specific courage of someone who has decided that the grief is not going to be the last word. Resident Evil is, on its surface, a series about monsters, but the monsters are never the point. They are, in every entry, the consequence of something that happened before the game begins, a decision made by someone with resources and ambition and no adequate accountability. The T-virus escaped because Umbrella built it without thinking about what escape would mean. The plaga spread because someone decided a parasitic organism was a useful tool for control. The mold infected the bakers because a corporation built a weapon in the shape of a lonely child and pointed it at the world. The horror in Resident Evil is the horror of institutional failure, of systems designed to prevent exactly this. Regulatory bodies, oversight mechanisms, the basic social contract that says some things should not be built, being circumvented by money and influence, and the human tendency to believe that the people building dangerous things are different from the people the dangerous things will eventually reach. The survivors, Jill and Chris and Leon and Claire and the others, are interesting precisely because they are not institution builders. They are the people who get the evidence and find the evidence insufficient. They are the people who survive something and try to ensure that survival means something, who keep showing up at the next outbreak and the next, who carry the weight of everything they have seen and keep moving anyway. There is something clarifying about the series' consistency on this point across 30 years. New viruses, new corporations, new villains, but the same basic shape. Someone built something they should not have built. Someone with the skills and the willingness found out about it. The race between those two things is the series, in every iteration. What makes the best entries linger is the human detail inside that structure. The notes in the police station from officers who knew they were not going to make it. The Baker family, once ordinary people, once a family. Ethan Winters, who was never supposed to be anyone's hero, finding out that love is its own kind of qualification. The monsters are real, and they are frightening, but the series has always known that the person who made them was more frightening still. And that is Resident Evil. Nearly 30 years of locked rooms and dark corridors and things that should not exist moving toward you through the dark, of people with very limited resources and very limited time trying to understand what happened here, and then trying to survive it, and then trying to make sure it does not happen again. The series continues. New games are coming, or are already here. New viruses, new places, new people finding themselves in buildings that will cost them something before they leave. Rose Winters is out there, carrying her father's name and her mother's history and something older than both. The next locked door is waiting, but that is for another night. Tonight, the village is quiet. The castle is dark. Somewhere in a house at the edge of a forest, the last door has been locked from the outside, and the long silence has begun. Sleep well. Well, hello there, my sleepy friends. Get comfortable. Let your shoulders drop. Find a good position. Maybe close your eyes for just a moment before we begin, because tonight's story is one of the biggest ones we've ever covered. We're talking about a man who fought his way through the entirety of Greek mythology, killed gods and titans and monsters beyond counting, tore down Olympus itself, and then walked away, started over, built a quiet life in a forest somewhere cold, had a son, and tried, really tried, to become something different than what he'd always been. Tonight, we're talking about God of War. The God of War franchise was created by David Jaffe and developed by Santa Monica Studio. It debuted on the PlayStation 2 in 2005, and from the very first moment you fired it up, it was clear it was going to be something special. Not subtle, not quiet. It threw you into the Aegean Sea on the back of a ship in a storm, with monsters the size of buildings, and a man at the center of it all who was running on pure, bottomless, world-ending rage. His name is Kratos, and his story is, underneath all the mythology and the spectacle and the sheer amount of gods that get killed along the way, the story of a man who was shaped by violence and loss into something almost unrecognizable, and who spent the better part of his long, immortal life trying to figure out whether he could ever be something else. Tonight, we're covering it all: the Greek era, all 3 mainline games, and the full arc of Kratos versus Olympus, and then the Norse era, the 2018 masterpiece, and its sequel, Ragnarok, where a different, older, quieter Kratos is trying to be a father in a world that keeps refusing to let him rest. It's a big story. We've got time. Let's start at the very beginning. Before the games begin, before the blades of chaos, before the ash on his skin, before any of it, Kratos was a Spartan warrior, a captain, a man who lived and breathed the battlefield the way Spartans were trained to, from the time they could walk. He was good at it, exceptional even, and for a while, that was enough. But there came a battle against a barbarian horde that Kratos and his men were losing badly, in a way that meant they were going to die, where Kratos did what desperate men sometimes do. He made a deal. He called out to Ares, the god of war. He offered his life in eternal servitude. He offered everything. Just let them win. Just let them survive. Ares heard him, and Ares agreed. The barbarians fell. Kratos survived. And true to his word, he bound himself to Ares, becoming the god of war's champion, his instrument, his most devoted and devastating weapon. Ares gave him the blades of chaos, twin blades attached by chains seared directly into Kratos' forearms, and sent him across Greece, cutting through everything in his path. For a time, Kratos served. For a time, it was enough. And then Ares did the thing that gods with too much power and too little wisdom sometimes do. He pushed too far. Ares wanted to forge Kratos into the perfect weapon, the perfect soldier, something with no attachments, no softness, nothing that could be used against him. And so he engineered a moment, a village, a temple, a dark night, where Kratos, driven into a blind killing fury, murdered the people inside, his wife, his daughter. When the killing fury passed and Kratos understood what he had done, the village oracle cursed him. The ashes of his family were fused to his skin, turning it bone white, marking him forever. The ghost of Sparta, people called him. A man who could never wash away what he'd done. A man who wore his crime on his body for the rest of his life. He renounced Ares. He turned to the other gods of Olympus. He served them. 10 years of labor, 10 years of doing their dirty work across Greece, in exchange for a promise that they would free him from his nightmares, from the memories that came for him every time he tried to sleep. The gods took his service. They did not deliver the peace they promised. And so, when Athena came to him with a new mission, kill Ares, who had turned against Olympus and was now attacking Athens, Kratos said yes, not because of the mission, because of the chance, because Ares deserved to die, and Kratos was going to be the one who killed him. The original God of War, released in 2005, is the story of that quest. Kratos fights his way to Athens, battling through Ares' forces and the creatures of Greek mythology, receiving gifts and boons from the gods along the way. Poseidon gives him power over the seas. Athena guides him. Zeus lends him lightning. The gods want Ares dead, and they're willing to arm the man going to do it. But to actually kill a god, a full god of Olympus, you need something extraordinary. You need Pandora's box. The original Pandora's box, not the version from the cautionary tale you might know, but the weapon-grade artifact buried in this mythology is sealed inside a massive temple, chained to the back of Kronos, the great Titan, chained to him as punishment. Kratos has to climb the Titan himself, fight his way through the temple, survive traps and monsters, and the weight of mythology pressing down on all sides, and claim the box. He gets it. And then Ares kills him and takes it. Being killed in this mythology is not necessarily the end. It's more of a setback. Kratos escapes the underworld through sheer refusal to stay dead, which becomes something of a pattern, and returns to Athens. The battle with Ares is enormous and world-shaking. Pandora's box makes Kratos large enough to match the god of war, blow for blow. And in the end, after everything, Kratos drives the blade of the gods through Ares and kills him. The god of war is dead. Kratos goes to Olympus. He expects the promised peace, the freedom from nightmares, the release from the memories of what he did to his family. Athena tells him he has earned the throne of Ares. He is the new god of war. He can live on Olympus, take his place among the gods. But the nightmares, those, she says, cannot be taken back. What he did cannot be undone. The gods gave him purpose. They cannot give him peace. Kratos walks to the edge of the cliff, and he steps off. He tries to die. Genuinely, in that moment, tries to end it. Athena catches him, and the screen goes white. It's one of the most quietly devastating moments in the series, because underneath all the mythology and the spectacle, you're watching a man who has destroyed the thing he hated most and found that the destruction didn't fix anything at all, that the rage was a vehicle for grief that has nowhere left to go. The games that follow are, in some sense, what happens when you take a man like that and give him even more reasons to be angry. God of War 2 arrived in 2007, and it picks up with Kratos doing what you might expect from a newly minted God of War sitting on a divine throne surrounded by nightmares, not sleeping, not resting, and leading his Spartan army on a campaign of conquest across Greece. The other gods are troubled by this, Zeus especially. Kratos as a mortal soldier was useful. Kratos as god of war, with a full army behind him and no inclination toward restraint, is something else entirely. Zeus lures Kratos into a trap. During a battle at Rhodes, Zeus tricks Kratos into draining his power into an artifact called the Blade of Olympus, and then kills him with it. Kratos again falls, and again, with help this time from the Titans, who have their own very old grudge against Zeus and recognize in Kratos a useful ally. He doesn't stay fallen. The Titans pull him from the edge of the underworld, and their leader Gaia explains the situation clearly. Zeus rose to power by overthrowing the Titans. He imprisoned them, enslaved them, built Olympus on their backs. If Kratos wants revenge, and Kratos always wants revenge, the Titans want the same thing, and there is a way to change fate itself. The Sisters of Fate control the threads of every life in existence. Find them, take control of fate, and you can go back. You can go back to the moment Zeus killed you and change everything. What follows is the game's central journey. Kratos crossing the world to reach the Sisters of Fate, fighting through everything Greek mythology has to offer along the way. Icarus, Perseus, the Colossus of Rhodes, the Titans themselves, in memory and in flesh. It's a game that treats Greek mythology like an enormous toy box and plays with every piece of it. He reaches the sisters. He defeats them. He takes control of fate. He goes back. He takes the blade of Olympus from Zeus before Zeus can use it, and almost kills him. But Athena steps between them. She sacrifices herself to save her father, and in her dying breath, she reveals something that changes everything. Kratos is the son of Zeus. He is a demigod, a child of Olympus, raised as a mortal, never told the truth of what he was. Kratos is unmoved. He travels back in time to the great war between the Olympians and the Titans. He brings the Titans to the present, and as the screen goes dark, Kratos and an army of Titans begin climbing Mount Olympus. The war has come to the gods. God of War 3, released in 2010, the PS3 era, in all its technical glory, is the conclusion of the Greek saga, and it is one of the most relentlessly spectacular games ever made. It opens exactly where the second one ended, Kratos on the back of the Titan Gaia, scaling Olympus, the gods descending to meet them, and it does not slow down for a long time. Poseidon falls to Kratos in the opening minutes, a god of oceans, the third most powerful of all the Olympians, and with his death, the sea swells and the coasts flood, and a piece of the world drowns. This is the pattern God of War 3 establishes and follows through to its end. Every god that falls takes something with them. The world literally comes apart, as Olympus does. The ecology of Greek mythology is connected, and killing the gods kills the things they sustained. Zeus sends Kratos and Gaia falling into the river Styx, and Gaia, wounded, lets them fall. She calls Kratos a pawn, a means to an end. She's been using his rage all along, so now even his allies have betrayed him. Kratos climbs back up again, through Hades, through the world below and the world above, past Hermes, past Hercules, past Hephaestus, past Hera. Each of them falls. Each death costs the world something. The key to killing Zeus, the thing Kratos has been building toward, is Pandora's box, the actual Pandora's box, which Zeus has hidden behind a flame that can only be extinguished by Pandora herself. And Pandora is a girl, not a real girl, but a construct, built by Hephaestus, named after the original, and carrying something of her spirit. Kratos, who has been moving through the world like a force of nature, like a man who stopped seeing people years ago, stops. He sees Pandora, and something in him hesitates. He tries to protect her. He tries to find another way. There isn't one. Pandora extinguishes the flame. She is gone, and the box is empty. Kratos is furious at Zeus, at the gods, at the cruelty of a mythology that keeps demanding sacrifices from people who didn't ask to be part of it, and he fights Zeus anyway. An enormous, devastating, personal fight. Father and son, the god who never acknowledged him, and the son who tore down everything his father built. Kratos wins. He kills Zeus, and then Athena appears, or what remains of her, some spirit of her, elevated and strange since her death at the end of the second game. She tells Kratos the truth of the box. When Kratos first opened Pandora's box in the original game to gain the power to fight Ares, the evils inside were unleashed into the world. But there was something else in the box too, something Athena didn't expect. Hope. The hope went into Kratos. It was there this whole time, the thing that kept him going, the ember underneath all the rage. Athena wants it. She wants to use it to remake the world according to her design. Now that Olympus is ash, Kratos refuses. He drives the blade of Olympus through himself, and the hope, the light, bleeds out of him and into the world, freely, for everyone, not for Athena, not for the gods, for people. Athena, denied, leaves in disgust, and Kratos lies on the cliff's edge, the blade in his chest, the sun coming up over a broken world. A post-credits scene shows a trail of blood leading to the cliff's edge, and nothing at the bottom. He survived. Again. Because Kratos doesn't die on purpose. The Greek saga is over. Olympus is gone, and somewhere in the ruins, the ghost of Sparta walks away. Take a breath here. We're about halfway through. The Greek trilogy is enormous and operatic and deliberately, almost cheerfully excessive. Its mythology as heavy metal, as spectacle, as a catharsis of destruction, so complete that by the time it's over, you almost feel the exhaustion of it. Kratos has fought everything, killed everything, stood at the peak of Olympus and watched it fall. And somehow, on the other side of all of that, he kept living. The years between the Greek saga and the Norse era are not fully told in the games. We know pieces. We know that Kratos, after leaving Greece, traveled for a long, long time. He eventually found his way to Midgard, the Norse realm of humans, and settled in a forest. He built a life. He met a woman named Faye, a Jotun, one of the giants of Norse mythology, and they had a son. He named the boy Atreus, after a Spartan soldier he once knew, one of the few people he admired for their spirit and their compassion. And Kratos tried to be a father. He taught Atreus to hunt, to survive, to track. He kept his distance from people. He kept his history buried. He built protective wards around their home. He did everything a man who has destroyed 2 pantheons does when he desperately wants to stop destroying things. But Faye got sick, and she died, and she left them with a final request. Take her ashes to the highest peak in all the 9 realms and scatter them there. And so the story begins again, not with rage this time, with grief, and with a boy who doesn't really know his father, and a father who doesn't really know how to be known. God of War, released in 2018, the soft reboot, the beginning of the Norse era, is, from its very first frame, a different game than anything that came before it. It's quieter, it's slower. The camera sits close over Kratos' shoulder, rather than floating above him like a spectator at a coliseum. You are right there with him, in the forest, by the fire, in the uncomfortable silence between a father and his son, who are both grieving and neither quite knows how to say so. Atreus is a curious, clever, slightly overwhelming boy. He reads runes, knows Norse mythology inside out, talks constantly, and wants very much for his father to see him as capable. Kratos, who has been alone with his thoughts for years, finds his son's energy a lot. He calls him boy. He keeps his hands to himself. He's not cold exactly. You can see the care underneath, but he has forgotten, or perhaps never learned, how to be warm. The journey to the highest peak in the 9 realms seems at first like it should be straightforward. It is not. Almost immediately, they are visited by a stranger, a man who arrives at their home and attacks Kratos without explanation, and who doesn't go down, not from the blades of chaos, not from Kratos' bare hands. Nothing works. He just keeps getting back up, with a smile on his face that suggests he's been waiting for this for a long time. This stranger is Baldur, the Norse god beloved of his mother Freya, a being cursed since childhood with perfect immortality. He cannot feel anything: pain, cold, warmth, joy. He is completely numb to to the physical world, and he has been that way for so long that he is half mad with it. He wants to feel again. He wants to feel something, and he is looking for a giant. He has been sent by Odin to find one. Kratos and Atreus, for reasons they don't fully understand yet, are in his way. They escape, and the journey begins properly, through the forests and mountains of Midgard, to the realm travel hub at Tyr's temple. Tyr, the Norse god of war, a figure of diplomacy and justice, who, legend says, once traveled to all the realms as a peacemaker before Odin had him imprisoned. Through the realm of the dwarves, the realm of the elves, the frozen edges of the world. Along the way, Kratos makes a decision. He decapitates an imprisoned advisor named Mimir, the smartest man alive, Odin's former counselor, who has been stuck in a tree for decades as punishment for defiance, and carries his talking head as a guide and companion through the 9 realms. Mimir is witty and warm and knows everything about Norse mythology, and he becomes one of the great supporting characters in the series. And along the way, Atreus gets sick. He collapses, his body failing in a way that isn't infection or poison, something internal, something about who he is and what he's carrying. Kratos takes him to Helheim, the Norse realm of the dead, a cold and lightless place, to retrieve something that can cure him. And in the memories that swirl in Helheim's air, Atreus sees a version of his father he has never seen. Kratos in Greece, Kratos at Olympus, Kratos doing the things he did. The boy who was sick is getting better. The relationship between father and son is getting more complicated. The cure for Atreus turns out to be this. He needs to know what he is. The sickness is the secret. Kratos tells him that his father is a god, not a human, not simply a warrior from a faraway land, a god, and that the weight of that, the strangeness of that, is part of what Atreus has been carrying without knowing why. Atreus, immediately upon recovering, becomes a different child. Not better, different. The knowledge sits in him in ways that aren't quite healthy. He becomes arrogant. He tests boundaries. There's a sequence where he does something genuinely cruel, and Kratos has to look at his son and recognize, in the worst possible way, a version of himself. That moment, Kratos seeing his own worst qualities reflected in his child, is the emotional core of the 2018 game, and it's handled with more care than any previous entry in the series managed with anything. They reach Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, at last. They scatter Faye's ashes from the highest peak in the 9 realms, and on the walls of the temple at the summit, painted in the style of the Jötnar, is a mural depicting their entire journey, every significant moment foretold. Because Faye was a giant, Laufey the Just, her real name, she knew all of this would happen. She planned this journey for them, knowing what they'd find. And in the mural, Atreus finds his name. Not Atreus, the name his mother always wanted for him. Loki. Kratos notices one final image that Atreus doesn't see before they leave. A panel at the far end of the mural depicting Kratos, dead in the arms of his son. He says nothing. He tucks it away. They go home. And at the edge of the credits, a figure arrives at their door in a crack of thunder. Thor, standing in the rain, waiting. Fimbul winter has begun. The winter before the end of the world. God of War Ragnarok arrived in 2022, and it carries the weight of everything that came before it, all of it, Greek and Norse, both, toward a conclusion that earns what it's asking for. 3 years of Fimbulwinter have passed. Kratos and Atreus are still in their home, still surviving. The eternal winter has made everything harder, food scarce, the world gray and still, the sense of something massive and inevitable pressing in from all sides. Atreus is a teenager now, restless and searching. He's been sneaking out to investigate the Jötnar shrines scattered across the 9 realms, hidden paintings that tell the story of what's coming, secrets that only someone with giant blood can fully unlock. He wants to know what Ragnarok actually means, what his role in it is, whether the prophecy of Kratos dying is fixed. Kratos wants none of it. His approach to the prophecy is the same approach he has always taken to things that frighten him. Deny it, wall it off, protect the people around him by refusing to engage. He does not want Atreus becoming a soldier, a weapon, a figure in someone else's story. He has seen what that does to a person. He has been that person. So the tension of Ragnarok is not between Kratos and the gods. At its heart, it's between a father trying to hold his son back from destiny and a son trying to understand who he's supposed to be, with the end of the world as the backdrop. Odin makes his presence felt immediately. The All-Father of Norse mythology is not, in this telling, a distant or abstract power. He is brilliant and manipulative and deeply, functionally paranoid, a god who has seen prophecies of his own death and has spent centuries trying to read fate itself, trying to find a way to stop Ragnarok, or at least to survive it. He is charming, which makes him more dangerous. He sent Baldur after them in the first game. He sends Thor in the second. Thor, the Norse god of thunder, Odin's son, arrives at their home to fight Kratos, and the game does something interesting with him. Thor is not a hero here. He is a weapon, a man who drinks too much and has done terrible things at his father's direction and carries the weight of it badly. There is something broken in Thor that the game takes seriously, and the scenes between him and Kratos, 2 enormous, violent men who have both been instruments of destruction and have complicated feelings about it, are some of the best writing in the series. The key mystery of Ragnarok is Tyr, the Norse god of war, the peacemaker, who the shrines suggest is still alive and imprisoned. If they can find him, he might know a way through Ragnarok that doesn't end in everyone's death. They find him in a dwarven mine in Svartalfheim, and he is exactly what the legend suggested: gentle, principled, genuinely opposed to violence, committed to peace even at the end of the world. He is also, it eventually turns out, Odin in disguise, having killed the real Tyr long ago and taken his place. The All-Father has been watching them, gathering information, learning their plans from the inside. It is a gut punch of a reveal, and what it means is that the real Tyr, the real god of peace, the figure who might have helped them navigate this without catastrophe, has been gone this whole time. Odin saw to that. Atreus, separately, has been spending time in Asgard, invited by Odin, who is playing the warm grandfather, who wants Atreus's ability to read the giant language to help him find the pieces of an ancient mask, a mask that Odin claims will let him see the truth of the universe, the truth beyond fate itself. The mask is the thing Odin wants more than anything, more than the realms, more than the war. The knowledge of what comes after, whether there is something on the other side of Ragnarok, is what drives him. His paranoia at its deepest is a fear of death, of oblivion, of there being nothing beyond the prophecy. Atreus realizes eventually that Odin is using him and that the mask is dangerous. He breaks it. Odin, denied, kills Brok, one of the beloved dwarven blacksmiths who has been with Kratos and Atreus since the first game, a fan favorite, a genuinely good person caught in the middle of something enormous. It's one of the most painful moments in the game, precisely because it's so sudden and pointless. That's what Odin is. That's what that kind of power looks like when it's frustrated. Kratos blows Gjallarhorn, the mythological horn that signals the end of days, not because fate demands it, but because he chooses to. He is done running from it. He is going to face it on his terms, with his people, with a plan. The battle for Asgard is enormous and costly. Thor fights Kratos again, and this time, something shifts between them. Thor, at the end of the fight, shows a flash of the person he might have been. He turns toward his father, toward Odin, and refuses, just for a moment, just long enough. Odin kills him for it, and then the final confrontation, Kratos and his allies against Odin. The All-Father is terrifyingly powerful, but he is not prepared for what Kratos has become, which is something much harder to fight than a man fueled by rage. Kratos now fights with intention, with care, with something to protect that isn't just revenge. Odin is defeated. His soul is captured in one of the Jotnar's spirit marbles, and Sindri, who lost his brother Brok to Odin's cruelty and has been hollowed out by grief, destroys it. Odin ends, not in fire, but in pieces of stone on the ground. Asgard burns, falls. The prophecy was real, but the form it took was not what Odin feared. The other realms survive. They prosper. And the final image of Ragnarok shows Kratos alive, standing in the light of something that is not quite the same as hope, but is in the neighborhood of it. The mural was wrong about Kratos dying, or Kratos chose differently than the version of him the giants foresaw. He changed the story, and Atreus leaves. He goes to find the remaining giants, to gather them, to preserve what's left of that lineage, to be the Loki he was always going to be. The parting between father and son is quiet and full and earned. Neither of them says everything they feel, but both of them know what the other one means. God of War is, on its surface, about mythology, about an impossibly strong man fighting impossibly powerful gods and winning through sheer fury and refusal to give up. But the deeper story, the one that runs from a Spartan captain making a deal in a losing battle all the way to a father watching his son walk toward a different horizon, is about cycles. Kratos was made by violence, made into a weapon by Ares, remade by Zeus, reshaped by every loss and every betrayal, until the rage was the shape of him. And then he spent 3 games destroying the system that made him, tearing Olympus down to its foundations, and discovered that destroying the thing that hurt you doesn't make you stop being hurt. The Norse era is the answer to that discovery. Kratos, in a different world, with a different mythology, trying to be something other than what he was built to be, trying to raise a son without making him into a weapon, trying to face fate without becoming rage again. He doesn't entirely succeed. He is still Kratos. He is still someone who breaks things. But the question the Norse games ask is not whether he can stop being who he is. It's whether he can choose who to be in the moments when he has a choice. And the answer, by the end of Ragnarok, is yes, he can. Atreus, for his part, is the bridge between the old world and the new. Literally a child of two mythologies, part Greek god, part Norse giant, carrying names from both. He is the thing that comes after the destruction. He is what the rage built without knowing it was building anything at all. There's something profound in that. The most destructive force in mythology, in either pantheon, the ghost of Sparta, the slayer of Olympus, left behind a son who chooses diplomacy, who goes to gather people rather than fight them. Who is Loki? Not the villain of the Marvel movies, but the mythological figure who walks between worlds, who is always in between things, always more complicated than the story about him suggests. That's the legacy of Kratos, not the gods he killed, the boy he raised. The Norse era, Ragnarok specifically, was confirmed as the conclusion of that chapter of the story. Santa Monica Studio said clearly that Kratos' Norse adventures are complete. What comes next is a genuinely open question. There has been discussion from the developers, from Cory Barlog, from the studio at large, about what the next era of God of War might look like. Egyptian mythology has been floated, Mayan, Celtic. The world of the franchise is one that has deliberately and cleverly been built to be able to move between mythologies. Kratos as a kind of eternal traveler, leaving one pantheon behind and walking into the next. Whether Atreus features in future entries, whether it's still Kratos at the center, or someone new, none of that has been confirmed. What has been confirmed is that the series isn't done. Santa Monica isn't done, and there are a lot of mythologies left. A DLC for Ragnarok, Valhalla, was released in late 2023, and it's a quieter, more introspective piece of storytelling that focuses on Kratos working through his past in a roguelite structure inside the Norse realm of the honored dead. It's shorter than a full game, but it's emotionally rich and serves as a lovely coda to the Norse era for anyone who wants one. And that is the story of God of War, from a Spartan soldier's deal made in the dark of a losing battle, to a white-skinned warrior climbing the walls of Olympus with nothing left to lose, to a quiet man in a forest who just wanted to keep his son safe for one more day, and a world that kept refusing to make it that simple. Kratos is one of gaming's great characters, not because he's likable exactly, though he becomes that across time and careful writing more than anyone expected, but because he is comprehensible. Every terrible thing he does makes sense in the context of what was done to him. Every beautiful thing he does, the moments of genuine tenderness with Atreus, the choice at the end of Ragnarok to fight on his own terms rather than the terms fate set out for him, those make sense too. He is a man who was given every reason to be nothing but destruction, and he kept finding, buried under all of it, the capacity to be something more. That's worth telling a story about. 20 years of stories, apparently. If you've never played God of War, the 2018 game and Ragnarok are extraordinary starting points. Gorgeous, emotionally deep, and very willing to meet you wherever you are. The Greek trilogy is rougher around the edges, but holds up remarkably well for anyone who wants to go back to the beginning. Either way, thank you for spending tonight with this one. It's a big story. I hope it felt worth it. Get some rest. Good night. Well, hello there, my sleepy friends. Every city has a version of itself that the tourists don't see. Not the skyline, not the landmarks, not the carefully maintained public face of a place that has learned to present itself well. The other version, the one that operates in the hours between midnight and dawn, in the neighborhoods the guidebooks don't cover, in the arrangements made between people who have long since stopped pretending that the official version of the world is the one they live in. Grand Theft Auto has always been about that other version. For more than 25 years, Rockstar Games has been building cities, fictional, satirical, achingly detailed, and filling them with people who are trying to survive inside systems that were never designed for their survival. Crime is the genre, but the genre is, in the best entries, a lens, a way of seeing what cities actually are, what money actually does, what the distance between the life a person is born into and the life they want can drive a person to do. These are not comfortable stories. They are often very funny, and they are often very dark, and they are sometimes both at once in ways that take a moment to settle. But they are, underneath all the noise, stories about people, about ambition and loyalty and betrayal, about the specific kind of exhaustion that comes from running too long in a direction that was never going to take you anywhere good. Tonight, we're going to walk through all of it, from the top-down streets of Liberty City in 1997, through neon-lit Vice City and the sprawling highways of San Andreas, through the rain-soaked borough of Liberty City reimagined, and out into the hills of Los Santos. Get comfortable. The city never sleeps, but you can. The original Grand Theft Auto arrived in 1997 as something that felt almost accidental in its ambition. Viewed from above, a top-down perspective, the city rendered in chunky pixels, it placed the player in the role of a nameless criminal working their way up through three cities: Liberty City, San Andreas, and Vice City. These were names, at this point, more than places, suggestions of geography. The Liberty City of 1997 is not the Liberty City of later games. San Andreas is a single city, not a state. But the names would stick, would accumulate meaning across decades, would eventually become some of gaming's most richly realized fictional geographies. The first game was deliberately, gleefully transgressive. You stole cars, you ran from police, you completed missions for crime bosses with names out of a fever dream, earning money, accumulating wanted levels, navigating the gap between what the law permitted and what survival required. It was scandalous in the way that things are scandalous when they are genuinely new. Not because the content was unprecedented in fiction, but because the interactivity was, you were not watching someone steal a car. You were steering. The controversy it generated was enormous and, in retrospect, somewhat clarifying. The arguments made against it revealed more about the anxieties of the late 1990s than about any genuine harm the game produced. What it actually was, underneath the headlines, was a sandbox, a space where the rules of ordinary life were suspended and replaced with the rules of a much older kind of story. Get in, get paid, get out. The second Grand Theft Auto refined the formula in 1999, adding gang faction systems where actions taken for one criminal organization could damage your standing with others, requiring a kind of constant political navigation across the city's underworld. It was set in an unspecified near future, which gave it a slightly different texture from its predecessor. The cities felt more alive, more reactive. Neither game had the narrative ambition of what was coming. They were proof of concept, demonstrations that this kind of open world, this kind of player freedom, this kind of city simulation was possible. The stories they told were thin by design. The world was the story that would change. Everything changed in 2001. The third Grand Theft Auto moved the camera behind the protagonist. The top-down view became a third-person perspective, and with that shift, Liberty City became real in a way the earlier games could only gesture toward. You could walk its streets, you could look up at its buildings. The rain fell on you, the traffic moved around you. The city had depth and texture, and the specific feeling of a place that existed before you arrived and would continue existing after you left. The protagonist is Claude, silent, expressionless, a cipher at the center of a story about betrayal and revenge. He is double-crossed by his girlfriend, Catalina, during a bank robbery, shot, left for dead, and arrested. A prison transfer convoy is ambushed, and Claude escapes into Liberty City's criminal underground. Claude's silence was a design decision, a way of keeping the protagonist as a vessel for the player, rather than a character with their own voice. It works, in its way, for the kind of story GTA 3 is telling. Claude is not the point. Liberty City is the point. The characters he moves through, the mobster families, the corrupt officials, the Yakuza, the Colombian cartel, paint a portrait of a city whose every institution is compromised, where power is organized crime that has simply learned better manners. He works his way through the city's factions, taking jobs, accumulating money and influence, ultimately tracking Catalina to a final confrontation. He wins, he leaves, the city remains. GTA 3 was not the first open-world game, but it was the game that made open-world design comprehensible to a mass audience. It demonstrated that you could give a player a city and let them find their own relationship to it, that the space between missions was as meaningful as the missions themselves. Driving around Liberty City at night, listening to the radio, watching the city do what cities do, that was the game too. That counted. The radio stations deserved their own mention. The fictional stations of GTA 3 and every GTA game that followed are among the series' most underrated achievements. They are not background noise. They are character, advertisements for fictional products that parody real ones, talk shows that skewer whatever anxieties are most legible in the cultural moment, music that sets the temperature of a place as precisely as any visual detail. Rockstar understood early that a city sounds like something specific, and they put enormous care into making their cities sound exactly right. A year later, Rockstar moved south. Vice City is Miami. It is Miami in 1986, specifically, a city drowning in cocaine money and pastel architecture, in the particular excess of an era that has not yet learned to be embarrassed about itself. The skyline glows at night in pink and purple, and the kind of blue that exists only in neon and memory. The music is impeccable. A Flock of Seagulls, Michael Jackson, Ozzy Osbourne, Kate Bush, Foreigner. The radio sounds like a time machine. The protagonist is Tommy Vercetti, and he is the first fully voiced, fully characterized lead the series produced. Tommy is released from prison after 15 years. He served time for murders committed on behalf of his boss, the Liberty City mobster Sonny Forelli. He is sent to Vice City to oversee a drug deal. The deal is ambushed. The money and the drugs disappear. Tommy is left alive, which is unusual for the kind of ambush that kills everyone else. And that unusualness is the thread he starts pulling. What follows is a story about a man who was imprisoned for his loyalty and arrives in a new city, determined this time to work only for himself. Tommy is not a sympathetic figure in any conventional sense. He is violent and calculating and comfortable with cruelty, but he is coherent. He has a logic. He was used, and he knows he was used, and he is not going to be used again. San Andreas is the largest, most ambitious, most personal game the series had produced up to that point, and it remains, for many people, the definitive GTA experience. The setting is not a city, but a state. San Andreas encompasses 3 major cities: Los Santos, San Fierro, and Las Venturas, along with the countryside and desert and mountains between them. It is California and Nevada, compressed and heightened, rendered with the particular clarity of loving exaggeration. Los Santos is Los Angeles. San Fierro is San Francisco. Las Venturas is Las Vegas. The highways between them are the American highway, long and flat, and going somewhere you're not sure you want to arrive at. The year is 1992. The protagonist is Carl Johnson, CJ, returning to Los Santos after 5 years in Liberty City. He left after his brother was imprisoned and his mother was murdered. He comes back for the funeral and is immediately picked up by corrupt LAPD officers who frame him for a murder he didn't commit, then use the threat of the frame-up to coerce him into working for them. CJ is, among the series' protagonists, the one who feels most like a complete person. He has a family, a brother, Sweet, who leads the Grove Street Families gang, a sister, Kendall, old friends from the neighborhood. He has a history with this place, an ambivalence about it, a love for it that persists despite everything the place has done to him and his family. He did not choose to come back exactly. Grief chose for him, and once he is back, he cannot leave until things are right. The corrupt officers, Tenpenny and Pulaski, are not just antagonists. They are a specific American institution, law enforcement, that has decided its own community is the enemy, that the rules apply to everyone but them, that the neighborhood they are supposed to protect is a resource to be exploited. Tenpenny, in particular, is one of the series' best villains because he understands himself clearly. He knows what he is. He simply does not care. CJ's journey across San Andreas is enormous and varied. It encompasses gang wars in Los Santos, car theft and street racing in San Fierro, casino heists and government conspiracies in Las Venturas, and a rural stretch in the countryside where CJ learns to fly. The game is relentlessly generous with new mechanics, new environments, new things to do, and people to meet. The emotional core stays consistent though. CJ is trying to protect his family. He is trying to reclaim something that was taken from his neighborhood before he was old enough to stop it from being taken. He is running, for most of the game, between what people need from him and what he needs for himself, and the gap between those things is never fully closed. The ending, Tenpenny's death in a final chase through the streets of Los Santos, the neighborhood intact if battered, sweet-free, the Grove Street families alive, is not triumphant in any clean sense. CJ is alive. His people are alive. The systems that created Tenpenny are still in place. He has won something real inside something that hasn't changed. San Andreas understands that this is often the best available outcome. It doesn't pretend otherwise. The 2 stories entries were developed initially for the PlayStation Portable, handheld games set in the same worlds as GTA 3 and Vice City, respectively, at different points in time. They are smaller than the console entries by necessity, but they are not lesser. Liberty City Stories takes place in 1998, 3 years before the events of GTA 3. The protagonist is Tony Cipriani, a soldier in the Leone crime family, one of Liberty City's dominant mob organizations. He returns from hiding after killing a man on orders from his boss, only to find the family in disarray. Political pressures mounting from all sides, and his own position uncertain. Tony is a loyalist in a world that punishes loyalty. He wants to serve the family, to do what is asked of him, to be the kind of soldier that organizations like the Leones are built on. The game chronicles his rise through the family's ranks in a period that is explicitly about the fragility of the structures organized crime depends on. The question of what happens when the bosses are more interested in their own survival than in the health of the organization they lead. Vice City Stories moves back even further to 1984, 2 years before Tommy Vercetti arrives. The protagonist is Victor Vance, the older brother of Lance Vance, who longtime series fans will remember as Tommy's partner and eventual betrayer in Vice City. Victor's story begins not in crime, but in the military. He is a soldier at a base near Vice City, trying to make enough money to care for his sick brother. He is discharged, framed for drug possession by a corrupt sergeant, and left in Vice City with no resources, no legal options, and a brother who immediately begins making things worse. Victor Vance is the series' most genuinely reluctant criminal protagonist. He does not want any of this. He is building an empire in Vice City because the alternatives closed around him one by one, and the empire is the only door left open. Knowing how his story ends, he is killed in the opening minutes of Vice City before Tommy Vercetti's name is even mentioned. Gives Vice City Stories a specific kind of melancholy. Victor works so hard, sacrifices so much, and we already know it will not be enough. Both stories' entries fill in the histories of worlds the series had already built, and they do it with care. They are not afterthoughts. They are portraits of cities at different moments, with different people at the center, asking what the same pressures do to different kinds of people. GTA 4 was the series' most significant reinvention since GTA 3, and it arrived as an argument that the criminal underworld story could be told with the weight and seriousness of literary fiction. Rockstar rebuilt Liberty City from scratch. The new version is denser, more textured, more architectural than anything the series had produced. It is New York. Specifically, it is New York in the mid-2000s, after the city had been cleaned up and gentrified and made safe for tourists, while still carrying in its bones the memory of what it used to be. The bridges and boroughs are all present. The subway runs underneath. The streets are wet almost always, reflecting neon and headlights in the way that New York streets do at night. The protagonist is Nico Bellic. He arrives by boat from Eastern Europe at the invitation of his cousin Roman, who has been sending letters describing a life of tremendous success and luxury. The success and luxury are fiction. Roman has a small taxi company, mountains of debt, and a studio apartment, but he has a life, and he is glad to see Nico. And their relationship is the warmest thing in a game that does not warm easily. Nico is not here for the American dream in any conventional sense. He is running from something, a war. The specifics are disclosed slowly across the game, that left him with memories he cannot put down, and guilt he cannot settle, and a specific man, somewhere, that he has been looking for since it ended. He came to America because it was as far as he could get. Liberty City uses him immediately. His skills, which are the skills of a soldier and a survivor, the skills you develop when the world has been trying to kill you for long enough, are exactly what the city's criminal organizations need. He works for the Russian mob, for the Irish mob, for a Jamaican drug dealer named Little Jacob, who becomes one of his few genuine friends. He accumulates money. He accumulates enemies. He accumulates the specific kind of tired that comes from doing things that cannot be undone. GTA 4 is structurally and thematically a story about the impossibility of escape. Nico came to America to leave his past behind, and his past finds him in every room he enters. The skills that keep him alive are the skills that trap him. Every organization that offers him work offers it because he is willing to do what they need done. And what they need done is always something that costs him something he cannot name. The game makes this literal in its final choice. Two endings are available. A deal that gets Nico the money he came for, but costs him Roman, or a revenge killing that resolves his oldest grief, but costs him Kate McCreary, the woman he has been carefully, tentatively building something with. Neither ending is good. Both endings are honest. The city takes from you regardless of what you choose. The question is only what you can live without. The Lost and Damned and The Ballad of Gay Tony, the two major DLC episodes for GTA 4, expand Liberty City through different eyes. Johnny Klebitz, a biker and member of the Lost MC, is a man watching his community dissolve as its leader descends into drug addiction. His story is about loyalty outlasting its object, about what you owe the idea of something when the thing itself is gone. Luis Lopez, bodyguard to nightclub impresario Tony Prince, is a man trying to hold multiple worlds together. His family in Bohan, his loyalty to Tony, his own desire for something he cannot quite articulate. Both DLC episodes enrich Liberty City without requiring each other, and together they make the city feel genuinely inhabited from multiple angles. Nico Bellic remains the series' most fully realized protagonist. He is not the most likable. He is too damaged for that, too aware of what he has done and what he is doing. But he is the most human, the most explicitly trying to reconcile the violence that is his instrument with the life he might, in another world, have wanted. He doesn't find that reconciliation. The city doesn't offer it. GTA 5 opened with a bank robbery in the snow, a prologue set years before the main story, in the fictional Midwest town of Ludendorff. 3 men, a heist, something that goes wrong. Then a cut to the present. Los Santos, California. Sunshine, traffic, the specific ambient anxiety of a city that runs on performance and debt. The decision to tell the story through 3 protagonists simultaneously was the most structurally ambitious thing the series had attempted, and it paid off in ways that became clear only as the game unfolded. Michael DeSanta is the man from the prologue who got out. He made a deal with the FIB, the game's FBI, betrayed his partners, entered witness protection, and has been living in Rockford Hills for 9 years. With a house and a family and a therapist he sees twice a week, he is wealthy and miserable. His wife spends his money on things he cannot bring himself to care about. His son does nothing. His daughter is trying to be an actress in ways that make him nervous. He has everything the American success story promises, and it means nothing to him. Trevor Phillips is the man from the prologue who didn't get out. He has been living in the desert, running a criminal enterprise in a trailer park in Sandy Shores, operating on a mixture of methamphetamine and pure aggression that has made him both extraordinarily dangerous and extraordinarily difficult to be around. He is also, in his way, the series' most honest character. He does not pretend to be something he isn't, which in a game full of people pretending to be something they aren't is almost a kind of integrity. Franklin Clinton is a young man in South Los Santos trying to find an angle. He works for a car dealership that uses him as muscle for repossessions, illegal ones, the kind where the mark doesn't know you're coming. He is intelligent and ambitious and has almost no legitimate path forward, which is a condition the game treats as structural rather than personal. Franklin is not in this situation because of any particular failure of character. He is in this situation because the situation is what Los Santos offers people who look like him and come from where he comes from. 3 men at different points in the same arc. Franklin is at the beginning, before the choices that cannot be undone. Michael is past the middle, living with choices that have not delivered what they promised. Trevor is somewhere else entirely, a man who made no compromises and has consequently become something the world can barely contain. They are brought together by a heist, the Paleto Bay bank job, eventually, and then the larger plan that emerges from it, the kind of score that only becomes available when you have the right combination of skills and desperation and absolute disregard for the odds. GTA 5's Los Santos is the series' most detailed environment. The hills above the city, the beaches, the downtown canyons between glass towers, the valley, the desert north of the city, where the world gets flat and strange. It is Los Angeles with the satire turned up and the affection left in, a city that knows exactly what it is and has decided to keep being it anyway. The game's sharpest observations are about money, about the way financial systems interact with criminal ones in ways that make the distinction between them increasingly notional, about the people who move through both worlds, lawyers and bankers and government agents who would be indistinguishable from criminals if criminals had better suits. Michael's former FIB handler, Steve Haynes, is corrupt in the specifically banal way of institutions, not because he is evil, but because the institution he serves has made certain behaviors so normalized that he cannot see them as corruption anymore. Trevor is the game's most interesting creation and its most difficult. He is written as someone whose capacity for violence exceeds any story's ability to contain it. The game sometimes treats him as comic relief, sometimes as horror, and occasionally as the only person willing to say directly what everyone else is thinking. His friendship with Michael is the game's most complex relationship. Two men who know each other completely, who have been through things that bond people permanently, who have also genuinely hurt each other in ways that have not healed. The ending the game steers toward, and the one most players choose, involves all three surviving, settling accounts with the people who have been using them, in achieving a kind of rough equilibrium. Michael does not fix his family, but he has a family. Franklin has money and whatever comes next. Trevor continues. It is not a redemption ending. It is a survival ending, which is a different and more honest thing. Looking back across 25 years of Grand Theft Auto, what is the series actually arguing? The surface reading: crime pays, authority is corrupt. The only honest relationship is between a man and his car, is not wrong, exactly, but it misses the depth. The series is not an endorsement of the life it depicts. It is a portrait of a life rendered with enough detail and specificity to be legible as something real. Every city in the series is, in some sense, the same city, a place where the official systems have failed or were never designed to succeed for the people at the center of the story. Claude moves through a Liberty City where legitimate opportunity is invisible. Tommy Vercetti builds an empire because the only legitimate opportunity offered to someone who served 15 years for another man's crime is not enough for a man of his ambition. CJ comes home to a neighborhood that the city has already written off. Nico Bellic comes to America carrying the promise that there is a place in the world where the past cannot follow you, and discovers that the past is what you are. The satire, the talk radio hosts, the advertisements, the in-universe internet pages full of parody products and toxic comment sections, is the series saying, alongside the stories, that the systems these characters are working outside of are not as legitimate as they present themselves. The banker who forecloses on families and the man who robs the bank are, from a certain angle, engaged in versions of the same transaction. The game does not pretend this observation resolves the moral question. It simply insists that the question be asked. What saves the series from nihilism, what has always saved it, is the specificity of the characters, Tommy's loyalty to his own vision of himself, CJ's love for his family, Nico's exhausted, persistent attempt to find something worth holding on to, Michael's genuine grief for the life he does not know how to build with the people he actually loves. These are not simple people doing simple things. They are people navigating systems that offer them narrow choices and then judging them for the choices they make. The cities are the argument's form. The characters are its content. Together, they make something that has, across 25 years, been surprisingly consistent in what it cares about. The gap between the world as it presents itself and the world as it actually operates, and the people who fall into that gap and have to find their own way through. And that is Grand Theft Auto. Decades of cities, decades of people trying to take something for themselves from places that were not built to give it freely. Thieves and soldiers and loyalists and opportunists and men who did not know what they wanted until it was too late to change course. The next game is coming. Los Santos again, or somewhere new, somewhere Rockstar has been building in detail and secrecy for years, filling it with the specific texture of a place that does not yet exist. but will soon feel more real than some places that do. Whatever city it is, it will be full of people with plans. Some of the plans will work, most of them won't. The city will absorb it all and keep moving the way cities do. Tonight, though, the city is quiet. The lights are on, but no one is running. The traffic moves slowly through the wet streets, and somewhere a radio is playing something you almost recognize from a time you almost remember. Sleep well. There is a version of yourself that you do not show anyone. Not a secret exactly, more like a depth. The part of you that knows things about yourself that you have not yet found words for, that holds the fears and the contradictions and the desires that don't fit neatly into the person you present to the world. The part that lives in the space between who you are and who you are still becoming. The Persona series has always been about that space. Atlus's landmark JRPG franchise, running in its current form since 1996, finding its true voice across the decades that followed, is built on a deceptively simple premise that the self is not fixed, that identity is something you build rather than something you inherit, and that the process of building it is the most important and most difficult work of being young. The monsters in these games are psychological. The weapons are metaphors. The friendships are the mechanics. And somehow, across 5 mainline entries and decades of storytelling, the series has never stopped finding new ways to make that premise feel urgent and true. Tonight, we're going to walk through all of it, from a suburban Japanese high school where a rumor about a mirror is spreading, through a port city haunted by something older than memory, through a school year that ends in fire, through a rainy town where a television becomes a door, and into a city where a group of teenagers in masks decide to steal the corrupted hearts of the powerful. Each game is its own world. Each world is asking the same question, in a different key. Who are you really, when everything that isn't essential has been stripped away? Get comfortable. It's a school night, but this won't keep you up. The original Persona arrived as a spin-off of Atlus's Shin Megami Tensei series, itself a long-running franchise of dark, theologically ambitious RPGs that placed ordinary people in extraordinary conflicts with demons and gods. Persona inherited SMT's mythological vocabulary and its willingness to take difficult ideas seriously, then applied them to a very different kind of story. The setting is Lunar Vale, a fictional Japanese city rendered in the flat palette of mid-90s RPG art. The protagonist is a high school student, given a default name but customizable, the first instance of the series' recurring convention of the silent, player-named lead. He and a group of classmates are playing a game called Persona, a childhood ritual, something like Bloody Mary, where you stand before a mirror and call out to your other self. They play it as a joke. Something answers. What answers is the capacity to summon a persona, a manifestation of the self, drawn from the mythology and archetypes that live in the collective human unconscious, given form as a supernatural entity that fights alongside its wielder. The game's foundational idea, drawn loosely from the psychology of Carl Jung, is that the psyche contains more than the conscious mind acknowledges, that the repressed, the denied, the unexamined aspects of the self have their own reality, and that facing them is both dangerous and necessary. The story that follows involves a pharmaceutical company, a drug called Mellow, and an experiment that has gone wrong in ways that have literally cracked the boundary between Lunar Vale and something else. The city is being invaded by demons. The students who accidentally awaken their personas are the ones who can push back. Persona's narrative is not its strength. The story is ambitious but unevenly told, and the localization of the original release introduced changes that created significant tonal discontinuities. What it established was the architecture, the persona system, the Velvet Room, the sense that ordinary young people could access extraordinary power through the very ordinary process of confronting who they are. The Velvet Room appears here for the first time, a liminal space outside of time and memory, presided over by a long-nosed figure named Igor, who speaks in riddles and facilitates the protagonist's growth. It will appear in every mainline entry that follows, always recognizable and always slightly different, shaped by the specific psychology of the game it inhabits. Persona 2 arrived in 2 parts, Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment, and deepened the series considerably. The setting is Samaru City, and the central mechanic is one of the series' most unusual. Rumors in this world become literally true. If enough people believe something, it manifests. The villain, the Joker, is using this property to spread a rumor about himself, about a figure who grants wishes in exchange for a curse, and the consequences spiral outward in ways that involve memory, identity, and the dangerous weight of things left unspoken between people who should have spoken. The protagonist of Innocent Sin is Tatsuya Su, and his story involves a group of old friends, a forgotten promise, and the specific grief of realizing that the past you cannot remember shaped you in ways you are only beginning to understand. Eternal Punishment shifts perspective to a journalist named Maya Amano, moving through the same events from an angle that recontextualizes everything. The Persona 2 duology is darker and stranger than what came before, and it gestures toward the emotional ambition the series would fully realize in its next chapter. It takes its characters seriously, it takes its ideas seriously, and it understands already that the most frightening things are not demons, but the truths that people spend their whole lives refusing to face. Persona 3 is where the series became what it is. Everything changed here. The social simulation layer that would define the series going forward, the calendar structure, the specific alchemy of daily life and supernatural crisis that makes the Persona games unlike anything else in the medium. And at the center of it all, a question so large and so quietly devastating that the game barely raises its voice to ask it. The question is, knowing that you are going to die, how do you choose to live? The setting is Gekukan High School in the fictional port city of Iwatodai. The protagonist, default name Makoto Yuki, though the game allows customization, transfers in at the beginning of the school year and immediately encounters something wrong about the school's clock tower, something wrong about the hour between midnight and 1 a.m., something wrong that most people cannot perceive because they are asleep during what the game calls the dark hour. During the dark hour, the world transforms. The sky turns green. Coffins appear where people were sleeping, and Tartarus rises from the school, an enormous tower of shifting floors that reaches into a sky that is not quite the sky, full of shadows, the manifestations of the unconscious that serve as the game's primary enemies. The protagonist joins SEAS, the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, a group of students who can summon personas and who have been climbing Tartarus, fighting shadows, and trying to understand what the dark hour is and how to end it. The social simulation, social links, in this entry's terminology, runs alongside the Tartarus exploration. The protagonist moves through the school year building, relationships with classmates, teachers, townspeople. Those relationships have mechanical weight. Deepening a social link strengthens the personas associated with its arcana. But the mechanical weight is almost beside the point. The relationships are the game, in the same way that the life lived alongside a crisis is often more real than the crisis itself. The cast of Persona 3 is one of the series' finest. Junpei Yori, the protagonist's best friend, loud and funny, and hiding a particular kind of insecurity underneath the performance. Yukari Takeba, cautious, warm, caring grief about her father that the game takes its time revealing. Mitsuru Kirijo, composed and leadership-oriented, the weight of her family's involvement in what created the dark hour, something she has never been allowed to set down. Akihiko Sanada, a boxer, driven and focused, whose toughness is the armor over something much more tender. Aegis, a robot, technically, but a robot who develops something that the game treats with complete seriousness as the equivalent of a soul. The truth about the dark hour, disclosed gradually in the way that Persona games always build toward revelation, is that it is not simply a supernatural phenomenon to be defeated. It is the boundary between the world and Nyx, an entity that represents death in the most fundamental sense, not individual mortality, but the end of all things, the inevitable terminus that the collective human unconscious calls toward when despair becomes total. The shadows that Cease has been fighting all year are fragments of Nyx. Tartarus is her body. The final confrontation is not one with a weapon. It is one with something the game has been building toward across its entire length, the social links, which manifest as the protagonist's capacity to withstand what no individual could withstand alone. All the relationships, all the ordinary afternoons in Iwatodai's mall, and evenings at the dorm, and conversations on the school roof, they accumulate into something that can face the end of the world. The cost is the protagonist's life. This is not a sudden twist. The game has been gesturing toward it with the same quiet insistence that shapes everything about Persona 3's tone. The protagonist seals Nyx at the cost of himself, and then he lives for a while longer, just long enough for his friends to find him on the school roof at the graduation ceremony, just long enough to sleep in Aegis's lap in the March sunshine, just long enough for the ending to mean something. Persona 3 FES added an epilogue chapter called The Answer, following Aegis and the remaining Cease members through a final confrontation with the meaning of the protagonist's sacrifice, with the question of whether the choice to accept death was one they could endorse, and with the harder question of how to continue living in the knowledge of what was lost. It is not a gentle coda. It is the game insisting that the grief not be bypassed. The message of Persona 3, if it can be distilled, is that life is not diminished by its finitude, that the knowledge of death is not the enemy of meaning, but in some sense, its source, that the year the Cease members spent together, ordinary and extraordinary in equal measure, was worth every moment of the cost. Persona 4 is the warmest game in the series, and it earns the warmth. The setting is Inaba, a small rural town, the kind of place where nothing much happens and everyone knows everyone. And the June's department store on the edge of town is the most exciting thing to arrive in years. The protagonist, default name Yu Narukami, comes to stay with his uncle and young cousin for a year while his parents are working abroad. He arrives in April. It is raining. It is almost always raining in Inaba, or foggy, or both. The weather is not incidental. A series of murders begins. The victims are found dead in impossible circumstances, hung from television antennas in the fog, with no explanation of how they got there. And a rumor begins to spread among the high school students that if you stare into a turned-off television screen at midnight on a rainy night, you will see the face of your soulmate. What you actually see, as the protagonist and his new friends discover, is another world. The TV world, a shadow-filled space that mirrors the unconscious fears and desires of anyone thrown into it, which is what someone has been doing to the murder victims. Each victim was thrown into the TV world and confronted with a shadow, a manifestation of the self they denied, the aspects of themselves they refused to acknowledge. And the confrontation was meant to be fatal. The investigation team, the protagonist, and the friends he gathers across the school year enters the TV world to rescue victims before the fog rolls in and kills them, and to unmask whoever is responsible for the murders. What distinguishes Persona 4 from its predecessor is the nature of the shadow confrontations. In Persona 3, the shadows are largely anonymous, waves of unconscious material, the psyche rendered hostile. In Persona 4, each shadow is specific. Each one is the denied self of a character the game has spent time developing. Their fears given voice, their shameful truths spoken aloud in the most public and humiliating way possible before their true owner. Accepting the shadow, saying yes, this is part of me, I will not turn away from it, is how each character awakens their persona. It is the series' most direct engagement with its own foundational idea, and it is handled with extraordinary care. Kanji Tatsumi's shadow speaks to his fear of rejection over his sexuality. Rise Kujikawa's speaks to the gap between the idol persona she performs and the self underneath it. Naoto Shiragani's speaks to a relationship with gender and identity that the game treats seriously and with genuine delicacy for its era. Each confrontation is uncomfortable in the way that truth is uncomfortable, and each resolution is not a cure, but an acceptance, a decision to carry the whole self rather than only the presentable portion. The cast of Persona 4 is among the most beloved in the series. Chie and Yukiko, Yosuke, Kanji, Rice, Naoto, and Teddy, the bear-shaped entity from the TV world, whose own confrontation with the question of what he actually is becomes one of the game's more quietly affecting threads. They are funny together, in the way that groups of teenagers are funny, and the game gives them room to simply be together, in ways that the crisis does not always provide. The summer camping trip, the culture festival, the afternoons at Jeunesse, the mystery of who is throwing people into the TV world unfolds with genuine craft. The game is a murder mystery, as well as a JRPG, and it plays fair. The answer, when it comes, is both a surprise and, in retrospect, completely legible from the evidence available. The killer is someone in plain sight, doing something terrible out of a motive that is coherent and human and entirely insufficient as a justification. The fog in Inaba is, as you might expect, not simply weather. It is the creeping despair that makes people prefer comfortable lies to difficult truths, the atmospheric expression of the willingness to not look too closely at things that might be upsetting to see. The investigation team's victory is not just over a murderer, it is over the fog itself, over the collective preference for not knowing that the killer was exploiting. Persona 4 Golden, the expanded version released for the PlayStation Vita, added a character named Marie, a poet living in the Velvet Room whose connection to Inaba's fog runs deeper than it initially appears, and an additional story arc that extends the game's emotional range into territory the original only hinted at. Both versions are complete. Golden is, by most accounts, the definitive one. The ending of Persona 4 is the series' most hopeful. The protagonist leaves Inaba at the end of the school year, as he always knew he would, and his friends gather at the train station to say goodbye. It is an ordinary moment and an extraordinary one. The year is over. The fog has lifted. The truth was found, and the truth was survivable. Persona 5 arrived as a statement. Everything about it, the UI, the music, the pacing, the way menus moved and battles flowed, and the city of Tokyo spread itself out in the saturated reds and blacks of the game's visual language, announced that this was a Persona game that wanted to be seen. The series had always been stylish. Persona 5 was stylish as philosophy, stylish as argument, stylish as a deliberate provocation directed at systems and institutions and the people who hide behind them. The protagonist, default name Ren Amamiya, or Joker in his masked identity, arrives in Tokyo under probation. He intervened when a drunk and powerful man was assaulting a woman, and the man pressed charges. The protagonist was convicted, transferred to a new school in Tokyo, and placed in the care of a man named Sojiro Sakura, who runs a curry and coffee shop in Yonganjaya, and who is skeptical, initially, of the teenager he has been asked to look after. The school is Shujin Academy, and it is immediately apparent that something is wrong with it. The volleyball coach, Kamoshida, is abusing students, athletes under his authority, girls he has decided are available to him, and everyone in a position to stop it has decided not to. The students who have tried to speak out have been silenced. The institution is protecting itself. This is the series' most explicitly political premise, and it is delivered with appropriate fury underneath the stylish exterior. Persona 5 is angry, not in a way that overwhelms the story, but in a way that gives it direction. The palaces, the metaphysical spaces generated by the distorted cognition of corrupt adults, are the unconscious architecture of power abused. Kamoshida's palace is a castle because in his own mind he is a king and everyone around him is a subject. Each subsequent palace is the same, a space that shows you, with uncomfortable clarity, how the person who built it actually sees the world. The Phantom Thieves of Hearts, the group that forms around the protagonist across the game's first act, enter these palaces to steal the treasure at their core, which causes the palace's owner to have a change of heart, a sudden public confession of guilt that the world outside cannot explain. They are not killing their targets. They are not destroying them. They are removing the distortion that allowed the targets to maintain their own justifications. The cast of Persona 5 is large and carefully constructed. Ryuji Sakamoto, the first friend, Loud and loyal, a former track athlete whose leg was broken by Kamoshida and who carries the specific anger of someone who was punished for telling the truth. And Takameki, navigating the specific vulnerability of being beautiful in a school where the man with power over everything has decided beauty is something he can take. Yusuke Kitagawa, an art student whose mentor's genius turns out to be built on something stolen, who has to reckon with what it means to have loved someone who was not what you believed them to be. Makoto Nijima, the student council president, whose apparent compliance conceals both genuine capability and a quiet fury about her own complicity in a system she knows is broken. Futaba Sakura, Sojiro's daughter, brilliant and isolated, whose own palace is built from her grief and guilt about her mother's death in ways the game handles with extraordinary delicacy. Haru Okumura, the gentlest member of the group, whose relationship to her own father's corruption is the game's most painful close-up of what it costs to love someone and know what they are. And Goro Akechi, who deserves his own moment and gets several. Akechi is introduced as a detective and a celebrity, the second coming of the detective prince, charming and analytical, and clearly more complicated than he presents. His relationship with the protagonist develops across the game with the specific texture of a rivalry that is also something warmer. Two people who recognize each other in ways they cannot quite name. What he actually is, his history, his motivation, the specific shape of his damage, the game discloses with careful timing, and it lands as hard as anything in the series. The villain of Persona 5 is not a single person, but a system, a conspiracy involving a politician named Masayoshi Shido, whose reach extends through every institution the game has been examining, and a god of control who exists in the collective unconscious as the crystallization of humanity's own desire to be governed, to be told what to think and feel, to give up the exhausting freedom of the self in exchange for the comfort of being managed. That final villain is the series' most ambitious metaphysical statement. The idea that the enemy of selfhood is not any individual tyrant, but the part of every person that wants to stop being responsible for who they are. It is the shadow self-writ, civilizational, the collective denial, the aggregate preference for comfortable unfreedom over difficult autonomy. The phantom thieves steal its treasure too. The rebellion succeeds in the way that rebellions in these games succeed, not by changing the world permanently, but by making the world a little more honest, by removing one layer of distortion, by demonstrating that the capacity for resistance exists. Persona 5 Royal, the expanded version, now considered definitive, adds a third semester and a new character, Kasumi Yoshizawa, whose arc introduces a new palace and a new antagonist whose vision of a better world is more seductive than any the series had previously produced because it is almost right. He wants to remove suffering. He wants to give people the version of reality they most want to live in. The cost is reality itself, the exchange of the difficult truth for a comfortable dream. The phantom thieves say no to the dream, as they have said no to every comfortable lie the game has offered them. It is the final statement of a game that has, from its first minutes, been arguing that the hard version of being alive is worth it, that the world, with all its corruption and injustice and pain, is preferable to any managed paradise that requires you to stop being yourself to inhabit it. The Persona series is, across all 5 mainline entries, a series about one thing: the relationship between the self you show the world and the self you carry underneath it. In the first games, that relationship is rendered literally. The persona is the mythological self given form, the part of you that has been reading all the same archetypes as everyone else and has internalized them in the specific way that you have. In Persona 3, the dark hour is the hour when the masks people wear in daily life dissolve into coffins, when the self has nowhere to hide from what it actually is. In Persona 4, the shadows are the specific denied truths that specific people have been refusing. The series' most precise articulation of the idea that the thing you most need to face is the thing you have worked hardest to avoid. In Persona 5, the palaces are the distorted architectures of self-justification that powerful people build around their worst impulses. The tools the series uses to explore this: Jungian archetypes, tarot symbolism, the Velvet Room's ongoing negotiation between fate and will, are kept light enough in the narration to serve the story without overwhelming it. What matters is not the specific mythological vocabulary, but the emotional truth underneath it, that the self is not simple, that its depths contain things worth facing, and that the facing is what the games are for. The social links, the relationships that run alongside the supernatural crises in each entry, are the series' most distinctive mechanical statement of its theme. They insist, in the language of game design, that the ordinary human connections formed in the spaces between the crises are not secondary to the story. They are the story. The afternoons with friends, the conversations with a grieving classmate, the slow building of trust with someone who was initially a stranger. These have the same weight as the boss fights and the dungeon exploration. The game will not let you forget that. What changes across the series is the scale of what the protagonists are facing. The first games are more personal, local crises, communities, rather than civilizations. By Persona 3, the stakes are existential, not a villain to be defeated, but death itself to be negotiated with. Persona 5 finds a third way. The enemy is systemic, embedded in institutions and in the collective unconscious, and the victory is partial and provisional in the way that all real victories over systems are partial and provisional. But across all of it, across the different cities and different castes and different supernatural mechanics, the series has kept returning to the same cohort: high school students, young people at the specific moment when the self is most fluid, when identity is most actively being constructed, when the question of who you are is most open and most urgent. The series chose this cohort deliberately, and it has never abandoned it, because it understands that adolescence is not a lesser form of experience. It is the laboratory where the self is made. The Velvet Room is always there, the space between consciousness and unconsciousness, between the self as it is and the self as it might become. Igor is always waiting, with his long nose and his enigmatic welcome. The contract is always offered. What you make of it is always, finally, up to you. And that is Persona. 5 games, 5 schools, 5 groups of young people who found each other in the space between an ordinary life and something they were not prepared for, and who discovered that the ordinary life and the extraordinary thing were always part of the same question, about who you are when no one is watching, about what you carry when you think no one can see it, about the courage it takes to look at yourself clearly and say, yes, this too, this is also me. The series continues. Persona 6 is somewhere on the horizon, its shape not yet visible, its cast not yet introduced. A new group of students, a new city, a new version of the same room with the same host, and a new contract waiting on the table. Whatever it turns out to be, it will ask the same question the series has always asked. The answer will be different because the person answering is always different. That is, in its way, the most comforting thing about these games. The question never gets old. The answer is always yours. Sleep well. There is a city that should not exist. It was built in secret in a place the world had agreed was uninhabitable by a man who believed the world was wrong about almost everything. It was built to prove a point, to demonstrate that human genius, freed from the interference of God and government and the mediocrity of the masses, could achieve something unprecedented. It was beautiful. It was extraordinary. It was, for a while, exactly what its architect believed it would be. And then it wasn't. The Bioshock series has always been about the cities, not as settings exactly, as arguments. Rapture and Columbia are not backdrops for the stories told inside them. They are the stories. They are civilizations built on ideas. And the games are the process of watching those ideas meet reality and fracture under the collision. Irrational Games and 2K built across 3 mainline entries and a handful of extraordinary expansions, some of the most fully realized fictional environments in the history of the medium. Walking through Rapture's flooded corridors or Columbia's cloud-swept promenades is not like moving through a game level. It is like moving through a world that existed before you arrived and will leave marks on you before you leave. Tonight, we're going to walk through all of it. From the lighthouse in the North Atlantic, where everything begins, through the depths and the clouds, and back again. We'll meet the visionaries and the monsters and the people caught between them, and we'll try to understand what these cities were trying to say and what it means that they fell. Get comfortable. The bathysphere is waiting. It begins with a plane crash. The year is 1960. The protagonist, Jack, though the name barely matters, the silence of him barely matters, surfaces in the wreckage of a transatlantic flight somewhere in the North Atlantic. The ocean is dark. A lighthouse rises from the water nearby, the only structure in sight. He swims to it, enters it, finds a bathysphere waiting, and the bathysphere descends. What it descends into is Rapture. Andrew Ryan built Rapture in the late 1940s, a city on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, hidden from the governments and religions and regulations he believed were strangling human achievement. He was a man of absolute conviction that the individual was the only meaningful unit of civilization, that talent and ambition and the will to create were the highest expressions of the human capacity, and that any system that redistributed the products of those qualities was theft. His philosophy, a version of Ayn Rand's objectivism, rendered with the specific intensity of a man who treated ideas as architectural materials, shaped Rapture from its foundations. And for a while, it worked. The city attracted the genuinely brilliant artists and scientists and engineers and entrepreneurs who had chafed under the restrictions of the surface world and found in Rapture the freedom to work without limit. Great things were made there. The architecture alone, Art Deco in the deep, neon and marble, and the specific grandeur of an era that believed in the future, is extraordinary evidence of what the city could do. Then came Adam. Adam is a genetic material harvested from a species of sea slug that colonizes the ocean floor near Rapture. It allows the rewriting of genetic code, the installation of superhuman abilities called plasmids, which grant telekinesis, pyrokinesis, electrical power, the capacity to summon swarms of insects. It is, in the language of Rapture's philosophy, the ultimate expression of human self-determination, the ability to remake yourself at the biological level, to become whatever your will and your resources allow. The problem is that Adam is produced in limited quantities, and the only reliable source is the little sisters, young girls implanted with the sea slugs, who process Adam through their bodies and can be found wandering Rapture's corridors under the protection of the Big Daddies, enormous armored figures bonded to them at a level that is more than mechanical. The problem is also that Adam, consumed in quantity, destroys the mind. The splicers, the creatures that stalk Rapture's flooded halls when Jack arrives, are what happens to people who wanted more than their share. They are not zombies. They are not monsters in any supernatural sense. They are human beings who pursued the freedom Rapture offered to its logical endpoint and came out the other side as something that can no longer be reasoned with. Rapture, when Jack arrives, has already fallen. The city is dark and flooding and largely abandoned by anything that could be called a functioning civilization. What remains is the wreckage of Ryan's dream, the evidence scattered in audio diaries and flooded laboratories, and the architecture of a place that believed in itself completely, and two men who are still fighting for control of it. Andrew Ryan is still alive. He controls the city systems from his office, broadcasting his philosophy in the intervals between crisis management, still believing in the idea, even as the evidence of its failure accumulates around him. His voice, patrician, certain, incapable of genuine self-doubt, is one of the great voice performances in gaming. He is not a cartoonish villain. He is a man whose ideas were coherent and whose application of them was catastrophic, and who cannot distinguish between the two. The man who gives Jack his instructions is Frank Fontaine, a con man and criminal who came to Rapture and saw in Ryan's philosophy not a utopia, but an opportunity. He built a criminal empire, challenged Ryan's control, and was supposedly killed. He is not dead. He is Atlas, the voice guiding Jack through Rapture, with the cadence of a working man's solidarity, and everything he has told Jack is in service of his own acquisition of power. The twist, when it comes, is one of gaming's most celebrated, and it reframes everything preceding it with surgical precision. Jack is not a random survivor. He was engineered. His entire life was constructed to deliver him to Rapture at this moment, to serve as a weapon in Fontaine's war against Ryan. The phrase, "would you kindly," scattered through Atlas's instructions throughout the game, is a behavioral trigger, a command word implanted in Jack's conditioning. He has been a puppet from the moment the bathysphere began to descend. The confrontation with Ryan is the game's emotional peak. Ryan understands what Jack is. He understands who sent him, and he makes a choice that is, in the context of everything he has ever believed, the only choice he can make. He hands Jack the golf club and instructs him to kill him. A man chooses, a slave obeys. Ryan will not be killed by a slave. He will be killed by his own design, exercising the one form of will available to him, proving to himself in the last moment that the idea was real, even as the idea destroys him. It is a perfect villain's death, and a devastating one, and the game earns it entirely. Jack defeats Fontaine. The little sisters are saved or harvested, the player's choice. The game's one explicit moral fork, and Rapture is left behind, flooded and dark, a monument to the distance between a vision and its consequences. The audio diaries that populate Rapture are the game's hidden masterpiece, recordings left by the city's residents across the years of its rise and fall, painting a portrait of a civilization in slow collapse. They are funny and sad and frightening and human, and they make Rapture feel inhabited in a way that pure environmental storytelling could not achieve alone. The people of Rapture were real. Their tragedy was real. The city failed them, and in failing them, proved the thing it was built to disprove. 10 years after the events of the first game, Rapture is still there. Bioshock 2 asked a question the first game left open. What happens to a place after the ideology that built it collapses? What fills the vacuum? And the answer it found was not chaos, but a different kind of order. One built not on the radical individualism of Andrew Ryan, but on its apparent opposite. The protagonist is Subject Delta, a big daddy, the first of his kind, bonded to a little sister named Eleanor Lamb. He was separated from Eleanor a decade ago, in circumstances the game discloses gradually, and now he wakes on the floor of Rapture and begins moving through the city toward her. The antagonist is Sophia Lamb, Eleanor's mother, a psychiatrist who came to Rapture as one of Ryan's subjects and found in the city's collapse the proof of everything she had always believed. Where Ryan's philosophy placed the individual at the center of all value, Lamb's places the collective. The self, in her view, is the source of suffering. The ego and its desires are what produced Rapture's catastrophe, and the solution is the dissolution of the individual into something larger. A hive mind she calls the Rapture family, united in the service of what she calls the common good. The irony that the series makes explicit is that Lamb and Ryan are mirror images, two totalitarians who arrived at their positions from opposite starting points and produced, in practice, equally terrible results. Ryan's freedom destroyed the people who could not compete. Lamb's collectivism destroys the people who will not submit. The city is the same ruined city, regardless of which philosophy is running it, because both philosophies, taken to their extremes and applied by force, produce the same outcome: a population that has been denied the thing that makes human beings capable of genuine flourishing. The relationship between Delta and Eleanor is the game's emotional spine. Eleanor has been raised inside her mother's ideology, trained to believe in the Rapture family, shaped by a childhood spent in Lamb's care. But she has been watching Delta through her little sister, watching the big daddy who was meant for her, moving through the city toward her. She has been preparing for his arrival. She has been deciding, in the privacy of her own mind, who she wants to be. The game gives the player choices about mercy and violence, about what to spare and what to destroy, and Eleanor absorbs them. She is building herself from the evidence of Delta's example, constructing a self from the choices of the person who is fighting for her. It is Bioshock 2's most interesting structural decision. The idea that the self is formed not in isolation, but in relationship, that the values we embody are transmissible, that who we are in front of other people shapes who they become. Delta is not a man. He is something built for a purpose, shaped by a bond he did not choose, moving through a world that has used and discarded him. And yet, in the way he moves through rapture, in the choices available to him, in the relationship with Eleanor that gives the game its feeling, he is the series' most quietly affecting protagonist. Minerva's Den is a smaller, self-contained story set in the same rapture, following a different Big Daddy, Subject Sigma, through the city's computational center. The antagonist is Reed Wall, a scientist who has become convinced that a computer called the Thinker can predict the future, and who has retreated into obsession with its outputs while the world around him collapses. The Thinker was built by Charles Milton Porter, and the game's emotional revelation, delivered in the final act, is that Porter built it for a reason that has nothing to do with prediction or control. He built it to preserve the voice and personality of his late wife, to keep something of her alive in the machine. He has been trying to get back to her, or to the version of her the Thinker holds, across the years since Rapture fell. Minerva's Den is shorter than a full game and more concentrated for it. It is the series' most intimate story, not about ideologies or civilizations, but about one man's grief and what he built from it. It earns its ending, which is quiet and specific and true, in the way that small human things are true when the larger machinery has been set aside. 1912, a lighthouse again, but this one is not on the water. This one is on a rock in the sea, and the bathysphere that waits inside does not descend. It rises. Columbia is the series' most extraordinary environment, and its most disturbing. A city floating on clouds above the United States, a marvel of technology and faith and nationalism that was meant to be America's gift to the world and became something else entirely. Where Rapture was built below in secret, Columbia was built above in spectacle. A floating exposition, a demonstration of American exceptionalism made literal. A city in the sky that could go anywhere and demonstrated American power by going everywhere. Then Columbia fired on a foreign government. The United States disavowed it, and the man who built it, Father Zachary Hale Comstock, sealed it from the world and turned it inward. The protagonist is Booker DeWitt, a former Pinkerton agent, a man with a past he has been trying to drink away, carrying debts he cannot pay. He is given a simple instruction: bring us the girl and wipe away the debt. He is given a location, Columbia, and a description, the girl with the bird and the cage tattoo. Columbia, when Booker arrives, is in the specific tension of a society that has built its entire identity around a founding mythology and is struggling to maintain that mythology against the evidence of what it actually is. Comstock is its prophet, a man who claims divine visions, who has shaped the city's religion around himself and around the figure he calls the Lamb, a girl he keeps in a tower above the city who will, in his prophecy, inherit and cleanse the world. The girl is Elizabeth. Elizabeth has been in the tower her entire life. She has spent that life reading and thinking and developing a capacity through a tear in the fabric of space to open windows into other worlds, other versions of history, pulling objects and people through from elsewhere. She is extraordinary, and she is lonely, and she has been shaped entirely by confinement. And when Booker finds her, she is ready to leave with a thoroughness that surprises him. Their relationship across the game is the series' finest. Not a romance, not exactly, but something with the warmth and friction of two people who need each other and are not sure they trust each other, but are beginning to develop this trust as the game goes on. Booker protects Elizabeth. Elizabeth opens tears that give Booker tactical options. They talk, they argue, they find, in the middle of a city tearing itself apart, a register of ordinary human connection that the game protects with unusual care. Columbia is tearing itself apart because the mythology can no longer contain the reality. Comstock City was built on racial hierarchy, the specific hierarchy of early 20th century American nationalism, rendered with the series' characteristic willingness to be unflinching, and the people at the bottom of that hierarchy have organized. Daisy Fitzroy leads the Vox Populi, a revolutionary movement whose grievances are real and whose methods, as the revolution escalates, become increasingly difficult to distinguish from the violence they are fighting against. The game is careful about Fitzroy, careful not to make the resistance simply heroic, careful to show what revolutionary violence produces even in the service of justified anger, careful to ask whether the cycle can be broken or whether every liberation becomes the next oppression. It is a more complicated political picture than the Rapture games, and it is handled with proportionate seriousness. Comstock is a fascinating antagonist, a man whose certainty is absolute and whose certainty is built, as absolute certainties tend to be, on a foundation of buried truth. What he actually is and what his relationship to Booker actually is, the game discloses in its final act with the full force of a revelation that the series had been building toward, it turns out, across all three games. The multiverse is not simply a plot device in Bioshock Infinite. It is the game's philosophical core. The tears that Elizabeth can open reveal that every choice creates another world, that there is a Columbia where things went differently, a Rapture where Ryan lost earlier, a Booker who made different decisions at every fork. The constants and variables, the phrase runs through the game like a current, are what the series has been exploring all along. The lighthouse is a constant. The city is a constant. The man and the girl are constants. The details are variables, and the details determine everything. The ending, Elizabeth leading Booker through the spaces between worlds to the moment where everything branched, the moment that created Comstock, the moment that can be unmade, is one of the medium's most discussed conclusions. It is the series confronting, in the most literal possible way, the question of whether the damage done by an idea can be undone by removing the person who had it. The answer is not simple. The answer never is. Burial at Sea arrives as a coda, 2 episodes that reach backward through the series' history and find, in the space between Rapture and Columbia, a connection that reframes both. The first episode follows Booker DeWitt, or a version of him, in a rapture that has not yet fallen. It is the golden age. The neon is still lit, the jazz is still playing. The city still believes in itself. This Booker is a private detective, doing the work that private detectives do in a city built without regulations against it. He is approached by Elizabeth, this Elizabeth, or a version of her, who hires him to find a girl named Sally. The rapture of burial at C's first episode is the most fully realized version of the city the series produced. Caught at the moment just before the collapse, beautiful and functioning, and already carrying the seeds of everything that will destroy it. The audio diaries here cover the period the original Bioshock could only gesture toward, the peak and the beginning of the fall, the moment when the idea was still winning and losing at the same time. The second episode shifts perspective to Elizabeth, fully playable for the first time in the series, moving through a rapture that is now fully fallen in the period between the original game's events and Bioshock 2. She is here for Sally. She is here also because of what she has come to understand about the constants of this universe, about what she is, what she was created to be, and what it would cost to give the people of Rapture a chance at something better. Burial at C's Elizabeth is the series' most complete character. She carries the knowledge of every version of every world she has seen, and that knowledge has given her a specific and very quiet kind of grief. She knows how things end. She knows what the variables are and what they cannot change. And she does what she does anyway, because some things are worth doing even when you know the cost. The ending of Burial at Sea connects directly to the beginning of the original Bioshock, closes the circle in a way that is quiet and devastating, and, on reflection, was available in the first game all along if you knew where to look. The series was always telling this story. It took 3 games and 2 DLCs to reveal the full shape of it. The Bioshock series is, at its foundation, a series about ideas and what they do to people. Not ideas as abstractions, as lived philosophies, as organizing principles that shape cities and lives and the choices that the people inside them are able to make. Rapture is built on the idea that the individual is paramount, that freedom from external constraint is the highest value, that the strong should not be burdened by the needs of the weak. Columbia is built on the idea that the nation is paramount, that divine purpose justifies hierarchy and violence, that the strong have been chosen, and the weak exist to serve that choice. Both cities are extraordinary. Both cities are monuments to what human beings can build when they are genuinely committed to an idea. And both cities are ruins. The series is not arguing that ideas are bad. It is arguing something more specific, that any idea, applied as total and without remainder, becomes the thing it was meant to overcome. Ryan's freedom from government and religion produces a new tyranny, the tyranny of the market, of Adam, of the man with the most plasmids. Comstock's divine order produces a new oppression, the same racial and economic hierarchies that the surface world practiced, elevated to the status of prophecy. The idea is not the problem. The totality is. This is why the series' most affecting characters are not the visionaries, but the people who live inside the visions. The audio diaries of Rapture's citizens. Eleanor Lamb, constructing herself from the choices she observes. Elizabeth, carrying all possible worlds in her mind and still choosing to act. They are the people the ideas were supposed to serve. They are what the cities actually cost. The lighthouse, appearing at the beginning of all 3 mainline entries, always leading somewhere extraordinary and dangerous. is the series' most persistent symbol. A lighthouse guides ships. It tells them where the rocks are. It is the only honest structure in a series full of monuments to self-deception. What the lighthouse says at the entrance to each game is, this is where it begins. What happens next is not inevitable. The city was not fated to fall. The idea was not fated to consume the people who believed in it. There were choices at every point that could have gone differently. The constants are what they are. The variables are always, finally, human. And that is Bioshock. 3 cities, 2 in the water, 1 above the clouds, 1 the ruins of a dream, and 1 the dream at its height, and 1 the dream made national and sanctified. 3 visions of what humanity could build if it committed fully to an idea and removed everything that complicated the commitment. 3 demonstrations of what happens when the complication turns out to have been load-bearing. A new Bioshock has been in development, its shape not yet fully visible, its city not yet named, its philosophy not yet disclosed. But the lighthouse will be there. It is always there. And whatever world the bathysphere descends into, this time, it will be a world that believed in itself completely and paid the price for that belief. The water is very still tonight. The neon is reflected in it perfectly. Everything looks, from a distance, exactly as it was intended to look. Sleep well.